and freedom to love, live, and be. Music provided by sourcevibrations.com.
I am love. I am peace. I am free. I have abundance. I have everything within me. For I was, for I am, for I will always be. We are love. We are peace. We are free. We have abundance. We have everything within us. For we are, for we will always be. For Mother Earth is love. For Mother Earth has peace. For Mother Earth is free. For Mother Earth has abundance. For Mother Earth has everything within her. For she was, for she is, for she will always be. And so it is spoken. So it has been written, and it is done.
You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is Thursday, July 23rd. We have a great show planned for you. Sorry, y'all, I had to adjust my mic. For some reason, it keeps messing up on me and the volume goes up way too high. But anyway, tonight is Thursday, July 23rd. We have a great show planned for you. We are on our 38th show with the series, The Real Pilgrams, the true story of immigrants coming to America. This is part 38. So, before we get started, I do want to give our source of references. All right. And every week, y'all, I see in the comments in YouTube, what book is she reading from? I'm like, oh my God. I literally say it. at the beginning of every show. We're not that show that throws out information and not give you our source. We're not that show that uses other people's information and do not give them the courtesy and respect and the shout out and give them credit for their work. And that's just something for anyone that's given this type of information. You know, the ancestors left the information for it to be shared. They left the information for this very moment that we are in. They inspired the writers, the filmmakers, the researchers to re-put forth this information. So we do a disservice as researchers and as talk show hosts or whatever your platform is to hoard information. It is only respectable and honorable to list your sources, so others may go to those sources not only for verification, so they may see it for themselves and it will spark something else in them, and they'll do additional research to bring forth even more information. So if you have a platform and you are putting out information and you are not giving your sources, you really need to take a hard look in the mirror. If you have a platform and you know you got that information from somebody else's platform and you're not putting out your sources, you're not being honorable and respectable. And you need to look yourself hard in the mirror. All right, so let me get off that soapbox. So with that said, here are some of the resources that we used for this series. White Trash, The 400-Year Untold History of Class in America by Nancy Eisenberg. A very, very good book. This author, she did a wonderful job. And all honor and respect to her, quite frankly. So far, she's been right on the money. I have been able to cross-reference her work with other things with no problem. The next one, They Were White and They Were Slaves, The Untold History of the Enslavement of Whites in Early America by Michael A. Hoffman II. It's a very good book. It's raw and gritty. Okay, so Caucasian family, it's rough. It's a rough read. It is really a rough read. All of those African slave stories that you heard about, kind of fits the narrative that this gentleman is putting out there. Great work by Michael A. Hoffman. Second two books, this is the second time I'm using them in a series. We used them in the Black Nobility series, and I'm gonna tell you something. Every time something controversial comes up, and specifically I'm gonna speak with Brother Kanye West, and we'll go a little bit into that tonight. I'm able to pull out this book, and not only just the Kanye situation, but a few other things. And sure enough, I can thumb through it, go right to his take on it, his receipts. So the first book is The Negro Question, Part 6, The 13 Black Colonies by Lee Cumming. Okay, we gonna pick some stuff out of that yet again. I think this is I can't even count how many times we have referenced his books again in this series. So we're gonna once again have to refresh some folk memory on what Brother Kanye said this week. Since folks want to run him in the ground, now I do know he has a illness, bipolar, but he ain't, his info is factual. It's factual. So he know what he talking about. The other folks that's trying to discredit him, either you're lying through your teeth, and shame again, once again, on the mainstream media. You're supposed to be doing your research. But y'all want to call Kanye the crazy one, but yet his info is accurate, and what the hell y'all talking about is inaccurate. Shame on the melanated folks jumping on him, calling him coon, this, that, and the third, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Shame on you. You're not taking the time to do the research. All right, the second book by Brother Lee Cummings, The Negro Question, Part 4, The Missing Link. So thank you, Brother Lee, for such great works. I highly encourage you all pick up Brother Lee's books. You could get them on Amazon. I personally believe they're a collector's item because you can basically take these books. They're easy to read. He lists his resources, i.e. his receipts, and they're great teaching points. It's a good start to help folks get up to speed. You have the references to do deeper research, and you can take these and you can teach your babies as well. Okay? So to me, they are collector's items. All right? And I might be giving them out as gifts. I've done that before with Brother Canyon's, the 13 facts about the Black Indian. I bought a bunch of copies and gave them away as gifts. And then I also recommend White Trash. This one literally stayed on the New York Times bestseller list for quite a while. And I'm not the only one that used this as reference material. There's other YouTube videos out there. And I think she still does lectures, the author Nancy Eisenberg. I highly recommend this too. She laid it out there. So any Caucasian, if you are serious about learning true history, if you're serious about learning your true origins in the Americas, this book, White Trash, she's pretty much laying it out for you. All right. So we're also going to go back over, a little bit deeper into the Nick Cannon stuff, the Nick Cannon and Professor Griff stuff. Got a little bit extra receipts to validate what they were saying was accurate. It's unfortunate that they both were thrown under the bus, and especially Professor Griff, because hell, he was just a guest on the show. Okay, so we'll go over a little bit of that tonight about that whole issue with receipts. So that's what I want to say about that, and I do want to once again get in melanated people's stuff, because the man is damned if he do, damned if he don't. You know, now I didn't know that folks was trying to run Professor Griff up in the ground up to talking about some, well, he should have warned him, A, B, C, D, E. Stop. Just stop it. The man was a guest on his show, and again, where was the lie? No lies were told. Wasn't a hate-driven conversation. Just stop it. So yeah, I support that brother. Then folks start running Nick Cannon in the ground. Well, he shouldn't apologize. Stop. It's not for you to make a decision on how he wants to handle his business or not handle his business. Give a man credit for at least putting the information out there. Now pick it up, research it, and run with it. You start putting it out there. So I stand by him as well. It is not right how folks are quick to run people in the ground that take the risk. That was a huge risk for that man. So I don't give a damn about nothing. He and this and he and that and he and this. I don't give a damn about none of that. So I stand by both of those brothers. And I was highly pissed when I found out folks was running Griff in the ground. I'm like, for what? So melanated people, get your shit together. You have no loyalty to your own. None. Now there's two brothers on two ends of the spectrum. One in the business, got some connections, this, that, and the third. One that was literally banished from the business and has a huge part of starting the platform, getting the information out there for the quote, quote, conscious community, and you ran them both in the ground. It's not right. What are you going to do? Do the research and put the information out there yourself. And if you feel that either one of them were incorrect, do the research and correct them. All right, let me get off my soapbox. Shit. All right, so let me bring on my co-host. We're going to get back into it. Last week, we got on the topic of providing a little bit more input on how those melanated Europeans, i.e. King James, them, Charles, them, were definitely the Romans. And we referred back to Brother Lee Cummings' work. I think we referred back to the Negro Question, Part 4, The Missing Link, when he talked about King James, who's a Stewart, melanated King James, said that he is a Roman from the Byzantine era. So we showed the receipts via another YouTube platform, and shout out to that platform for bringing up some old Roman artifacts and structures over in Britain. So it proves who those folks really are. They are who King James, he is who he said he is. And we'll go have another little piece of receipt to show for you tonight, pointing back to that kingdom as well with melanated rule. All right, so let me bring on my co-host. All right, I see sis, press *1 to get in the queue. I think you on. I done left my little cheat sheet with your number. I mean, you know, whatever the new number is, if you're on. Because it's been a bunch of folks with your first 3 numbers. So press the appropriate number if you in the queue. All right, I'm going to bring on Brother Sean. Peace and love, brother.
Some power. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Loving it, as usual.
Good deal. It's good to hear your voice.
Likewise. Holding some power, family.
All right. Okay, Brother Sean. So we're gonna go ahead on and get started. What's the new queue now to get in the queue? Is it
Star 6 and then 1.
okay, I thought so. Star 6 and then 1. So Sis Sandra, star 6 and then 1. I don't think I see you. It's a bunch of a couple people in here with your exchange. I do know, child. Scotty Saturn told me they shutting down. He's the second person that told me that they shutting down stuff in Cali again today.
Oh, yeah. I
So
heard about that.
yeah, so sis probably ripping and running, taking care of some business, and that's totally understandable. Okay. All right, Brother Sean. You have any go ahead on with the fuckery tonight? It's so much.
Yeah, I reckon people mad about what other people do and don't do. And instead, people trying to cash in off the treaties.
Well.
Which was motherfuckers cutting deals.
Yep.
If all that brother had to do was apologize to keep his cash flow going, I'm gonna fucking apologize too. I got kids I got to feed. Fuck what you talking about, nigga.
Exactly.
I done put you up on the game. You done cost me a couple paychecks trying to wake your dumb ass up.
Exactly.
Trying to give you a little something, and you don't appreciate that.
Don't appreciate it at all. Ungrateful than the MF.
But they still got to deal with what they got to deal with being in the game as long as they was.
True.
And keeping their mouth shut as long as they did.
True.
So their money ain't clean money either. And there's so much going on with them. And especially with Griff, being the OG that he is.
Right.
He knew about all this shit. He know about everything that happened out there. He know about everything that happened in the industry. Motherfuckers just tell it up to keep themselves relevant. We still not gonna lose sight of the fact that the main power behind them look like us.
Well,
we're never going to get that confused here.
Nope.
And it's not that we bashing or hating our own people.
No.
Because if you doing that shit to us, you ain't our people. Period.
Yep.
I mean, if that's because of your bloodline or because of paper, either way, it is what it is.
Yep.
It's nature. It's natural. We didn't all always get along. We still don't, no matter what's going on.
Yep.
But we still find the time to show how much we hate each other.
Yep. Don't miss a beat, as a matter of fact. Shit, I don't care what's going on.
Niggas was fighting and killing each other at the riots that was supposed to have been about a nigga getting killed.
Yep.
And still doing the dumb shit. Falling right into their hands.
Yep.
I hear they done banned guns in Chicago.
Chi-Town so off the chain. It's just absolutely
I mean, I guess they ain't pay attention to what happened to the blacks over in Germany when they gave up their guns. I mean, pay attention to any country that's given up their guns. And then y'all sit up and give them the right, even though it ain't right, but in their mind, you gave them the perfect ammunition to do that. Now they can come door to door. And let me guess, everybody gonna blame Trump for it.
Right.
But who mayors or governors let they shit get to that point? But they still want stimulus money.
Right.
Your whole fucking city fucked up and you asking for stimulus money. And I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking about the government there. Your local politicians.
Right.
They getting more money than what y'all think y'all gonna get out of this.
Yep.
That's what keep holding it up. You getting $1,200, they getting $25 million raises. Everybody getting paid that they fuck with.
Right.
Even though they all about to go to jail. They like, fuck it, we gonna go on the spending spree on these dumb motherfuckers. And people go for it. Gladly. Oh, they deserve more money. But aren't they supposed to be your servants?
Right.
Since when does a servant make more than its employer? I mean, since when do you ask your servant for permission to do so? But that's what we do.
Right.
Love these people. Go stand out in the rain for hours just to listen to these people lie to you. But
what you say? But
yeah, oh fuckery.
It is.
And people enjoy it though. That's the part I can't get. How do you enjoy being fucked every which way but loose, but never getting a bust a nut? Because that's what happened. They tease you.
Dang, Brother Sean.
But you ain't never gonna get the bust no nut. Never. Never.
Ooh.
I digress.
Well, I do just want to say with the go ahead on with the fuckery for me, it's the same thing. It's the whole Chi-Town situation because you know now Trump card is telling them he finna send the military to the Chi to handle it since the governor and the mayor can't seem to get it together. And so the mayor of Chi-Town is all up in arms, but mind you, literally every weekend, I'm not making this stuff up. Go look it up for yourself. You're talking 50-something people shot. 3-something, 4-something people dying. One weekend, I think it was like 6 people that died because of gunfire. Children caught in the crossfire. it was somebody has showed where folks went on the expressway, stopped expressway traffic. Literally stopped expressway traffic and had a gun shootout. That's not acceptable. And this is melanated people. And I have personally been talking about this for a minute. And every time I bring it to the forefront about melanated people, y'all gotta fix my, if y'all YouTube, and shout out to the YouTube family. I'm trying to do this doggone audio. They giving me a recommendation and I change it, and then all of a sudden that ain't what they want. So they getting on my nerves. But anyhow, so every time I brings it up, and you know, it's just a mere a bunch of excuses for melanated people. Just excuse after excuse after excuse on why stuff can't be done. Or I'm trying to start trouble. It's always something. But yet, melanated people study dying by the hands of other melanated people. Neighborhoods are literally war zones. And then the George Floyd stuff jumps off. And then everybody all up in arms. Okay. That's cool. Don't get me wrong. But where's the outrage when all of the melanated murders was going on? Then that's when I, got all the drama. So now, I done told y'all, I've been saying this for 2 years. If you can't control your household, you can't control your neighborhood. If you can't control your neighborhood, you can't control a nation. These issues start in the home. So I don't want to hear nothing about it's the mama fault. None of that. It's the father fault. None of that. It took 2 people to bring these babies in this world. And we have a generation that is literally killing each other. And then the old heads, when somebody bring it up, y'all got motherfucking excuses.
Hey, sis.
Uh-huh.
You know they got video going around saying that white cops be putting on those suits looking like black people.
Let me tell you something. And I'm not saying that don't happen in some cases. Don't get me wrong. But you're not finna sit up. You not finna sit up. Or as my grandma say, set up. Because y'all know I'm country with a K, not a C. Let's be clear. I'm country with a K. Mm-hmm. You're not finna set up and tell me that a white man put on a suit and go in these neighborhoods and start drama. Because NT anybody that know about melanated neighborhoods, they don't even allow other melanated people. If you ain't vouching for them, you can't come in that motherfucker. So you can go on with that one now. You can straight go on with that one. You may have got away with it if it was a sister. Because, yeah, they'll let a sister come up in there. But ain't no damn way no melanated person gonna come up in, no melanated man gonna come up in that area and ain't nobody vouching for them. So y'all can leave that excuse at the door. Leave it right on up at the door.
Yeah, but those videos been popping up, and I'm wondering if everybody know that this is the deal that's going on, and these cops dressing up like civilians and killing people. Why they still alive? Y'all got guns.
Exactly. Plenty of them. Plenty. Plenty of them.
But them things only go pow for somebody that look like them.
Exactly. I'm not giving no passes with that fuckery. I'm sorry. I can't do it.
We have to take accountability on every front, period.
That's right.
No more excuses, period.
That's right.
Put up or shut up is what you go do. It doesn't matter what you know. What are you going to do?
What are you going to do? Every old head that are connected to those neighborhoods, on the men's side, you should be reaching out to them youngins to mentor them. Mothers, melanated mothers, you can't make excuses for your babies. You can't make excuses for them. You know, in your heart and your soul, if your baby is a part of the terror. Let's not sit up here and pretend, sis. That's on your head. And every life that they take, every life that they injure, every life that they maim, you are going to be held accountable for that. Don't you all realize it is associated karma with this? How do you think we got in this position as melanated people? We're paying the karmatic debt now from what our ancestors did. When are you going to stop making excuses and break the cycle and do the work? Clean up your bloodline. Clean up your households. Mothers and fathers, it starts with you. Get your shit in order. Conscious community, stop with the fuckery. Stop with the fucking excuses. Well, if they was white, I don't want to hear none of that fuck shit. We ain't on the white folk now. We on melanated. This a melanated issue, goddammit. And it's personally hurts me to even see those babies out there killing each other. These neighborhoods are in terror. There are no more excuses. There just aren't. So either you're going to get it together or you're going to literally exterminate. Literally, you're going to exterminate yourselves. So, with that said, And I don't want to hear about Trump card. And y'all know I don't support none of them politicians, none of them. But don't come to me, conscious community, with the fuck shit. Well, if it was white, Trump would be. First of all, goddammit, I done took and told y'all. The white man shouldn't have to clean up melanated people's shit. I don't call on the white man when I got shit wrong in my motherfucking household. It's my responsibility to handle it. So Chicago mayor, if you don't want Trump card in your shit, you better fucking get it together. Now that's just Chicago. We know the shit is going on in other melanated communities as well. Chicago just happened to be just really off the fucking chain. But they ain't the only one. So the excuses, melanated people, and it's just me saying this to you. I don't give a damn about what your bloodline is at this point. You don't have any more excuses. Literally, you're out of excuses. So it's on you. So somebody, and I apologize, Sweet Pea, I don't remember who posted this video. And the brother in this video, this is, he's talking to some Kansas City brothers. So I'm going to play this video. It came up off of Facebook. And forgive me, brother, hopefully when I bring it up, I can see your name and give you the reference. Before I play this video, it's only 2-3 minutes. Brother Sean, that you want to put something on it?
I'm good.
Okay. All right. Let me, hold on, family. Let me try to play this video. All right. Here we go. Come on, cooperate, Facebook and jazz.
It got hot. Screaming, stop the violence. Like when it's really gonna stop. More in the news got me feeling like deja vu. 3, 4, 5 more shot. Murder rate at an all-time high. KC is getting killed. The new way to die. It's a massacre. We slaughtering each other in the middle of the lane. It's petty to be frivolous without a cause. No life insurance plan. Family setting up GoFundMe's to bury you, man. It's like we love to put your face on the shirt. Love to see our community hurt. Moms crying, aching with pain, holding the remains of her baby. It's a massacre. When the violence gonna stop? Calling all big homies, cousins, uncles, and dads. Smack that youngin' upside the head and take his Glock. Lacey with knowledge, teach him the box. Yeah. Give him a hug, man. They missing her love, man. Graveyard, the penitentiary's packed with young blacks. I stand on the front line to bring power, love, and unity back. Cause it's a massacre. Just marinate on that. Massacre. I need you to feel this in the heart. Take it back home, dissect it, and play your part. Yes, sir. Mentor some, be a role model. Take them under your wing. Teach them the value of another human being. Right. This black on black is whack. Whack. If we kill us and they kill us, who we got? We ain't living long enough to see if black don't crack. It's a massacre. An attack on black. We so brainwashed with material things, it's hard for us to see that we are kings and queens. Yeah. The original beings. Yeah. The mathematics of everything. It's a massacre. When the violence gonna stop? Right now. One.
All right. Thank you to the brother, Robinette is his last name. And thank you for originally posting that video. I'm not sure who the brother was that was spitting in the video. Thank you, brother. And thanks, Brother Terrence, for sending it to me. All right, melanated people. You know, it's do or die, like Biggie them. I think that was Lil Kim's little term. I don't know, whoever the hell's term it was. That's where we at. But I'm not giving no excuses. I'm not giving no passes. I'm not using any of my platforms to give passes over fuckery. I'm just not. So, all right. That's that. Okay. Now, I do want to share with you all, there is a sister. Damn, I thought I had her YouTube channel, the name of her YouTube channel. She is a doctor. She put out a video. Somebody pointed me to it in the YouTube comments. The Black Irish. And then she's referencing Chief, or I don't know if that's regarding Chief Warhorse, Dane Calloway, Yvette Carnell. Check it out. The sister did an excellent job at breaking down stuff that we've gone over, but she gives a different source for the material. Same outcome, different source. Okay, she did an excellent job. It's called The Black Irish. And she's once again showing you the connection of the melanated Irish brought over to the Americas, specifically by way of through what we call today the Caribbeans, the islands, Jamaica. Okay. So check her out. It's an hour video, but she packs a lot of information in there, and she also gives you the surnames. No, I don't think it is a doctor. It's dang. Let me try to find it. Hold on, y'all. And I'll pull it up, but I'm gonna have to mute it because I don't want her to think I'm trying to jack a little information. Without, oh good, I automatically had it on silent. So wait a second, I'll get you the name of the YouTube. Yeah, it is, my bad, Scotty, you absolutely right. Dr. Tracy McCarthy. Oh, she's probably Black Irish. McCarthy, unless that's her married name. Yes, it's YouTube channel Dr. Tracy McCarthy. The video is The Black Irish. I highly recommend it. Actually, it's only 18 minutes. She packed a lot of information in there. So definitely check that out. Our guy, Caramel, he dropped one late last night, and I'm so glad I didn't get the notification, y'all, because it was late last night, because I would be tired as 4 dogs trying to be up, trying to get that little info. He dropped another one, and I haven't gotten through it because I didn't catch it until late this afternoon. So, okay, now where's my boy's video? I know doggone well I put my boy's video up here. Hold on, family. He just dropped it last night. I got about an hour into it. It's 3 hours. And whew, I was able to go into that video. And that's one thing I respect about that brother. He lists his receipts. He gives his receipts so you can go find the information yourself. And I'm glad he did, because all of the pictures that I pulled for the Black Nobility series, I was like pulling them from here, pulling them from there on the internet. They're really in one book, which now I'm just going to go buy the original book, and it's on and popping. Okay, so shout out to Brother Caramel again for that. Like I said, I'm only an hour in, and just by first 10 minutes, I'm like, oh shit, I got other supplemental material to build on what we've already been talking on. So his video is Swathi, Europe and its Aboriginal Inhabitants. It literally just came out yesterday. Swathi, Europe and its Aboriginal Inhabitants. I have not completed it. I'm only halfway through, and it is straight fire. So I'm going to pull some of that information in. Oh, he premiering part 2 right now. Good for him. Good deal. Good deal. I ain't even got through part 1. So yeah, family, definitely check that out. All right. Here we go. Ooh, wait a minute. Before I do, let me close down YouTube, y'all. Make sure we have enough space on this computer. All right, so we are going to go into, it's so much, y'all. We talked about the Chicago stuff, right? Yes. All right, where I want to go to next, let's get on the Kanye stuff. I gotta constantly keep pulling this out, since folks want to act like what the man was saying, that he was crazy. All right, so Kanye made the statement about Harriet Tubman, right? That she wasn't freeing slaves. She was freeing, she was taking folks to the white man for jobs. Everybody up in arms. Let me refresh people's memory once again. The Negro Question, Part 6. The 13 Black Colonies by Lee Cummings. Page 147. Ancient Map of Scotland. I went back on the timeline and pulled the list of men, women, and children that Harriet Tubman Ross Stewart rescued from the South. I almost fell out of my chair when I saw the last name Ross and Stewart on the list of rescued people. Then I took a look at the Harriet Tubman's parents' name, and I saw the names Ross and Stewart. I immediately ran to the map and saw Ross and Stewart in the Highlands of Scotland. I reread the writings of the European witnesses. The Stewarts on the ship's manifest are black. The images of the Stewart kings are black, and the Stewarts that Harriet Tubman rescued from the South were black. Are you smarter than the fifth grader? The math says that the black Stewarts that Harriet Tubman Stewart rescued from the South were in fact the seed of King James Stewart. What was Harriet Tubman Ross Stewart really doing in the South? This woman was rescuing the royal seed of the kings called Stewart, the seed of the Black Highlanders, plain and simple. Ross was one of the titles that the kings of Stewart held in Scotland. All right, so the other thing, I'm just going to skip down a little bit. Okay, and then he just kind of goes into kind of the maps and the origins, all of this stuff. All right, what are the odds that Harriet Tubman and her family would be named Ross Stewart? The plot thickens. When Harriet Tubman Ross Stewart rescues a black man from slavery named William Henry Stewart, it is important to note that this man's lineal name appears on different ship manifests as a political prisoner. The name William Stewart can be found on the convict ship Hockenhill and the ship York. This simply proves that the Stewart royals were being rounded up and deported into the colonies as convicts. What were their crimes? They were believed in the divine right of kings ruled, and they tried to restore the black stewards to the throne of the three kingdoms. All right, and remember we went into the Jacobites. All right, the Stewart, the people that really loved the Stewarts, the Jacobites, were trying to put them back on the throne. All right, and even Brother Lee Cummins talks about the Jacobites also. All right, so let's play the game Conspiracy Theory. And by the way, this is Rhonda now. I just hate that fucking shit. They want to call us conspiracy theories when we got receipts, and what they pumping to y'all most of the time, it ain't even a theory. It's a flat out lie. But anyway, what are the odds that the same name, William Henry Seward, appears as Secretary of State in the administration of Abraham Lincoln? Think about this. Harriet Tubman Stewart rescues a man with the name of William Henry Stewart in 1854. And 11 years later, this same name appears as Secretary of State of the United States, minus the T. What are the odds? The same day that Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, the entire family of black Stewarts, Sewards, was savagely attacked by an assassin by the name of Lewis Powell. And that Powell name, y'all, is Scotland. All right? I did a little research on that when I was telling y'all about how Goth originated in Scotland. And in Ohio, one of the suburbs, it was a melanated woman paying homage to her father, who brought the game of Goth to melanated people. All right, so I was showing you that connection. All right, but anyway, a 20-year-old Confederate soldier, Powell / Secretary of State William Henry Seward, parenthesis Stewart, Assistant Secretary of State Frederick Augustus Seward Stewart, and his daughter, but they all lived. It was a hit on the entire administration. There is another intriguing element to this story that cannot be dismissed. When Harriet Ross Tubman and her family made it to Canada, they dropped the last name Ross, in parenthesis Earl, and assumed the title Stewart King. This can't be a coincidence. Check out the names: James Stewart, Henry Stewart, and Henry. The evidence points to Harriet Tubman Stewart and her family being the royal seed of King James Stewart. All right, and it just goes on to say, this means that Harriet Tubman Stewart and her family are the direct descendants of Prince Zahara of the House of Judah. All right, okay, so he goes into a little bit deeper, showing you the different seals. All right, and he also shows you on page 147 a snippet of that ship manifest with them Stewarts and them Rosses on there. Okay? So, where was the lie? Where was the lie what Kanye was saying? I personally don't see it. Here's another set of resource regarding Harriet Tubman, secret agent. Check that book out as well. So Kanye was crazy and inaccurate how? She wasn't freeing the slaves. She was freeing her family. And putting probably her family, hooking them up the best way she could on some plantations, or getting folks indentured servant contracts on the plantations, or sharecropping deals, contracts. So where is the lie or the craziness in what Kanye was saying? So for this man to have an illness, he seems to got it right. And the rest of the folks, y'all don't know what the hell you're talking about. Because you don't research, you don't study, you leave it in the hands of someone else to tell you what the history is. So as a man going around saying, oh, what you say, deep H2O using slaves as a cover. And I can dig that. I can dig that. Scotty Saturn said, in contracts with what people? Khazars? Could be, could not. Probably a combination, because remember, if we're speaking of the Khazars who are Caucasian, they weren't all the way in power yet.
Well, Sis Sarah said she had also sent me the video link. Dan Calloway said that Harriet Tubman is a fictional character, just like Nat Turner.
Well, I'm about to pull up another receipt unless they lying about this. So just hold on. I've talked about this.
I just think.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
But my whole point with that is, either way, she wasn't running around freeing no goddamn slaves.
Agreed. 1,000% agreed. 1,000% agreed. Yep. Okay, so let me pull this up just a second, y'all. I've read this on the air before, but you know, now that I got my little technology, I can took and show y'all the receipts. So actually, Sis Ebony on Facebook, she dropped this link because she likes old mansions. And I like to look at old architecture. It's intriguing to me. Number one, it's built a hell of a lot better. And as I've learned more, I can look at the structure and see if there's any ancient technology on it, yada, 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 yada. So I said, oh, let me go on and look at this. For sale in upstate New York, upper Civil War mansion for $50,000 with 10 bedrooms. All right, so y'all see where this is at. This is up in Auburn, New York. All right. For the love of history, here is an incredible, hold on, y'all. Here go this thing dragging. All right, let me try to be patient with it. For the love of history, here's an incredible Gothic revival worth saving in Auburn, New York. Built in 1861, the James Seymour Mansion is a home with Victorian architecture made by skilled labor without regard to costs during the Civil War era, according to broker Michael DeRosa. The home was built for Auburn banker James Sheldon Seymour when he was 70 years old. Seymour, a philanthropist, is known for leaving bequests that founded Seymour Library at the Auburn City Hospital. It was designed by architect John W. Vanderbosch. The property was later owned by Charles A. McCarthy, founder of Dunn and McCarthy Shoes. All right, I'm getting there, y'all. Y'all like, so what? All right, so that's the picture of, I guess, Seymour, I'm assuming. All right. All right. The city Auburn currently owns the property. Officials acquired it through a property tax foreclosure on June 3rd, 2019. Okay, so they're putting it on sale for $50,000, which that ain't no money in today's world. I'm sure it needs renovation. All right, so they show a little snippet of that. I'm trying to get to the history, y'all, so bear with me. All right. Okay, let me try to get to it, jump past some of this stuff. All right, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here go the receipts, here go the receipts. The Seymour Mansion is located at 113 North Street, one of main streets in Auburn, founded in 1793. The city is hub for key figures and events in history related to the Civil War, Underground Railroad, women's rights, and much more. Auburn is where iconic American heroes Harriet Tubman and who's that? William H. Seward? Did we not just read from The Negro Question, Part 6, The 13 Black Colonies by Lee Cumming on page 148, 149? Who William Henry Seward is? Seymour, okay, I'm not gonna get on that. I just want to see if they, I think that's all they mention about the C words. Yeah, that's all they mention about that. Okay, so I just want to give you all that little piece of receipt that was snuck in there. So, where was the lie in what Kanye was saying?
It says.
Mm-hmm.
And also with that, as far as for her being a spy, they said that she was a conductor on a railroad. A real railroad, not crawling around through no tunnels dug in the ground.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point. Which would... I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
which would explain how she was smart enough to do everything that she was doing.
Exactly. And how she was able to move people around, right? Move her family member them around, or whomever she linked up with to get them contracts elsewhere.
Because honestly, I question everybody that they've written about in history.
I do too. I absolutely do. I agree.
Whether good or bad.
Absolutely.
Because they have a reason why they're giving us
what
that
they're giving
perspective.
us. That's right.
And it's not to benefit us.
No.
It's to keep a certain narrative going on. And we make that narrative a reality for them.
Yep.
By accepting what they tell us. That's even as far as for all these so-called doomsday events or pandemics or whatever. Oh, they told us about that years ago. Yeah, they was planting the seed.
Exactly. Predictive programming.
Because they told you to think it.
Exactly.
Did they really predicting all this? And all this stuff that's going on with Q, how they write about everything. I don't think they telling us shit after it's been already happened. It's because what they showing us on TV, this, that, other, we know they lie about that shit. Green screens, clones, body doubles. You know, the shit they can do with Photoshop and, you know, all that shit that they can do now.
Right. Yeah.
So, I mean, unless you personally know motherfuckers, you don't know what the fuck going on for real, for real.
For real, for real.
So the main thing you need to concentrate on is you and your bloodline.
Agreed.
That's the only absolute reality you have as to who you are. That's the only thing that matters in the end.
Exactly.
Who you are and what you've done as far as for your bloodline and your contract and your purpose for being here.
Right.
And what your black ass old mama.
Right.
Did you hear Judge Mathis' latest interview?
What he say?
Yeah, he was telling it all about Obama and
what?
Everybody about Trump.
Judge Mathis. Now let me just make sure, because I don't want to not have it right
Judge
in
Joe
my
Brown.
head. Oh yeah,
No,
they
Judge
had
Joe
the little
Brown.
show.
Right.
You mean Joe Brown or Mathis?
Yeah, Judge Joe Brown. Joe
Okay,
Brown.
yeah. Now that sounds like Joe Brown. I don't know what happened, but he just been bringing all the tea.
Well, I mean, he even said this is a bad time to be living on the planet. He said, "Mama pissed."
What? Wow.
Yeah. You know, he said people were running around protesting about this, that, or the other. Ain't you paying attention to what's going on with Mama? Said it's the wrong time to be on the planet. You worried about getting shot or this, that, or the other. He said you can get struck by lightning, earthquake, tsunami.
Right. But and Purple Pill, you know what, Purple, I kind of agree with you. Purple Pill said Q is fictional. Q is a distraction.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I agree with you.
Yeah. It's all lining right up with that Sarah Jacera stuff.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Purple. And you have people hanging on every word. Oh, what? Wait a minute, Purple. Q is a fictional character in the James Bond films and film Movie-sations. Q stands for quartermaster. Child.
Yeah, he make all the weapons and everything.
Child. See, y'all know wasn't really up on James Bond like that. I'm glad y'all know. Child.
And Q was also this alien on Star Trek who had mad powers. He would just pop up whenever he wanted to, take them through whatever he wanted to take them through, and it was all just a game to him, and then he just disappeared.
Child. Well, yeah, I'm with you on that, Purple, and I'm gonna be real honest. And this is no slight to those spiritual people that truly have a beautiful heart, beautiful soul. They mean well. Some of them got caught up in the whole Q thing. Now, some of the old heads that's been doing it for decades, you should know better. But yeah, that's why you never heard me on this platform get into that Q shit. That's why I say I don't give a damn about Q, Elemento, P, them. And I mean that from the core of my soul. I don't. Oh, what you say, Sis Cheryl? In early 1859, Senator William H. Seward sold Tubman a small piece of land on the outskirts of Auburn, New York. Hot damn. So now, where was the lie told regarding that? I'll wait. So like the meme says that's been going around, if you're not going to do the research, shut the fuck up. And I'll just add to that and have several seats. All right. Now let's get to the next one. It's a damn shame we got to keep going over this shit. It's a damn shame we have to keep going over it. But I'm willing to do it. Because it ain't no accident that this stuff is coming up publicly. And the masses, dumb as a motherfucking box of rocks, still ain't getting it. Still ain't getting it.
This is. It's that same playbook, the Sarah, Jacera, the Hoodoo playbook. It's all the same.
With the Q stuff?
Yeah, what they say that they're trying to do away with the Federal Reserve.
Oh, yeah, it's the exact same playbook. It's the exact same playbook. That's why I say I don't give a fuck about Q, Elemento, P now.
Yeah, because they can never be equal. That's the whole thing that people keep forgetting. This is them trying to be equal. They're trying to make everything balanced out, make us forget that this is our shit and that we have a duty to protect Mama and her other children. And we can't possibly be doing that if we kumbaya with everybody else talking about we're all equal. They don't belong here. You can never have equality someplace you don't belong.
And my thing is the fact that melanated people still have not, as a collective, I'm saying as a collective, not all. So if this doesn't apply to you, I'm not speaking of you, Sweet Pea. Melanated people still have not, as a collective, done what they need to do as being the caretakers. stuff is so fucked up because you're supposed to be the caretakers. We're supposed to be the caretakers. So we can even, I'm going to even sit the equality stuff to the side for now. I'm going to sit that shit to the motherfucking side. We're not doing what we're supposed to, which is being caretakers to the planet. And then what I found just straight up atrocious, you waiting on the white man to do something. Swinging on his tit. I could be vulgar and say swinging on his N-U-T-S. When it's not his responsibility to fix it. You are the caretakers. You have to fix it. That's across the planet. That's including the Americas, Europe, Asia. I'm going to give you a little bit of slack because it's not too many melanated people left in Asia. Africa, even Australia. You're the caretakers of the planet. You can't look outside of self, and your damn show can't look to someone who that is not their inheritance. That's not their job. That's not their responsibility. It's yours. So you have become so disconnected from Mother, from the earth, that not only are you looking outside of self, you're looking to someone else that ultimately don't have the fucking power to fix it. And until you get it right, you and your bloodline, you're going to keep repeating a low vibrational cycle. You're going to keep repeating it till you clean it up. So I'm talking to you all, Indigenous Americans, Indigenous on what they're now calling Africa, but it's many, many nations there. Indigenous Europeans, you have to clean it up. I don't give a damn if you want to call yourself Moors, Hebrew, Israelites, whatever the hell you want to call yourself. You have to clean it up. All right. Next on the list. Shit. Back on the griff and the cannon stuff. Now, they got ran in the ground for being anti-Semitic. Let's just go to etymology and kind of discuss that first of all. We're going to start there. Doggone shame. Sister can't even get to the little material, although it's all still related, y'all. But get back up in the main sources and material. Because it is. But I guess all of this is supposed to happen. And you know what? Because those things are being brought to the public forefront, guess what? Guess what? They fucking can't say they didn't know. They cannot say that they didn't know. Nobody can say they did not know. So not only do you have the underground folks with our small platforms putting it out there, doing the research. All right, if you think we full of shit and or whatever the case may be, they put it out in the forefront for you to take it, to get up off your ass, take it and go research it. So therefore, nobody gets a pass. You can't say, well, I ain't know. Oh, no, motherfucker, yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. And I would really like the Akashic Records. Now, this just in Rhonda's mind. When the veil is truly lifted and dimensions start collapsing and new ones all the way opening up, and based on your vibration determines which realm you gonna rock in for the next 26,000 some odd what we're calling years. I would love for the motherfucking Akashic Records for each individual to goddamn be open. So when folks sit up on their dead ass and say, well, I didn't know, I would just love for the Akashic Records to open in front of their motherfucking face digitally, right in thin air, and say, you say what? And start replaying this shit. Now you say what now? You didn't know what? It's no excuses. All right, so let's go over this Semitic stuff. We're on the etymology online dictionary. Semitic adjective 1797, denoting the language group that includes Hebrew, Arabic, Aramaic, Assyrian, etc. 1826 as of pertaining to Semites from medieval Latin, Semiticus. And then they go into what it is in Spanish, what it is in French, what it is in German. As a noun, as the name of a language family from 1813. Perhaps directly from German. In recent use, often with the specific sense Jewish, but not historically so limited. All right, so I'm bringing it up for a point. Just bear with us, sister. Let me get back to my other little source. All right, come on, work with me here. See if that's gonna bring that up and shut the other one down. Hopefully it will. Bear with me. Yeah, I'm bringing up another page. Yeah, it's bringing it up. Come on, Wikipedia. I'm waiting for it to kick over on YouTube. All right. This is for Brother Griff and Brother Cannon, Nick Cannon. The Semitic languages, previously also named Syro-Arabian languages, are a branch of the, y'all see this? YouTube land? Afro-Asiatic language family. What? What was that word? Afro-Asiatic language family. That are spoken by more than 33 million people across much of Western Asia, North Africa, and the Horn of Africa. as well as in often large immigrants and expatriates communities in North America. So, let me sip my water. It's a branch of what? Afro-Asiatic language. So, last time I checked, aren't the masses calling every melanated person in the Americans Afro-American? Although I'm not African-American, I'm just saying that's what they calling people. So, what lie was told if those brothers associate themselves with that continent was told? What lie was told? I'm just going by what y'all say because according to y'all's doctrine, oh, okay. That's what I thought. All right, let me just make sure. Let me shut some of this stuff down. Bringing up another page. Afro-Asiatic languages. Afro-Asiatic, also known as Afro-Asian, and in older sources as Hamitic, is a large language family of about 300 languages that are spoken predominantly in West Asia, North Africa, the Horn of Africa. So, if you say that African Americans, but let's be clear, I'm not African. That's not what my genealogy tie back to. I am an indigenous American. I also tie back to Europe, to Ireland. But y'all say that folks in the America melanated folks are African American, and if those two brothers identify as African Americans, so where's the lie about them being Semitic and therefore can't be anti-Semitic? Okay. All right. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. That's just something simple. Just using that word that has been used as a weapon. Because a group of folks have picked it up and taken on that identity so now anybody else that uses it or speaks about it, they're being racist. That's not right. Nor is that fair. Because you're not telling the truth. Those that are crucifying folks, taking away their wealth, publicly shaming them, You are not those people. So again, what lies did those two brothers tell? All right. And I still ain't done, but I know I saw some questions. Let me get brother 832. I know he got some smoke for it. Let me bring in brother 832. Peace and love, brother.
Sandra, my sisters from other misters. Feathers up.
Feathers up, brother.
The United Snakes from America down. John, my brother from another mother, sitting on Mount Olympus, throwing them black lightning bolts down tonight. This is from your docs posting for the Declaration of Sister Cheryl.
Yes.
I'd like to put this in the context. Under the Identity Theft and Assumption Deterrence Act of 1998, it is a federal crime when a person knowingly transfers or uses, without lawful authority, a means of identification of another person with the intent to commit or to aid or abet any unlawful activity that constitutes a violation of federal law or that constitutes a felony under any applicable state or local law. This law was followed by the Theft Penalty Enhancement Act of 2004, which increased penalties for aggravated identity theft. Now, this specific legislation, which, by the way, is also attached to something that was stated under William Jefferson Blythe Clinton. The indigenous people born during the late 1800s to the early 1900s were listed on birth certificates as Negro and later reclassified as Black, then ultimately reclassified as African American, which is a 14th Amendment citizen, an artificial entity, and now made property by the United States Presidential Executive Order 13037, signed by William Jefferson Blythe Clinton. The term African American is a federal government term describing property, not a race of people. Property has no race classification. Property has no human rights. Now, I just wanted to, put that out there. That, again, this is part of the hard copy link that you put out about Sister Cheryl's declaration. One final point there, we've heard this before. According to the United States Department of Interior agent Walter Plecker and government historian Jack Forbes, the Negro today are the descendants of those people called and referred to as Choctaw or Choctaw, Chickasaw, whichever way you want to spell it, Shaktahama or Choctiamuna or Choctiamuna, Creek, Yamasee, Seminole, Washita, Blackfoot, Shawnee, Shoshone, and many other southern and northern clans. Now, I just wanted those, to be the framework, the context of what you were saying. Now, I was preparing. I had got my book. I thought we were going to open up White Trash with the chapter of the Civil War. But I think this all leads up into tying this together. I put one other thing on, as Sister Cheryl shared with you about that piece of property that was extended to Harriet Tubman in 1859. You know, John Brown was executed in December of 1859. And you also know he is never referred to by white Americans in any of their,
No.
heralding of what would be considered the lost cause, right? Now, what would have been a mightier lost cause than Harper's Valley? That armory attempt made by John Brown. Some people may have, and that was another separate story. I think Sandra was talking about this in Free State of Jones. You ever saw that movie with Matthew McConaughey?
Mm-mm.
I think so. She was talking about when she talked about her ancestor and his efforts in Louisiana, where he lost his acreage, his land, may or may not have been directly a part of that narrative. Because Free State of Jones, that movie, was no more or less based on a true story than Birth of a Nation with Nat Turner. Now, again, we're backtracking and we're going in circles when we keep going back to this time window. We're basically talking about from 1820 to the Civil War. 1820 gives us Andrew Jackson. 1830, depending on whether you believe the mythology of Nat Turner, and his slave insurrection was about 1830, 1831, right, Sean? And now we're at the 1850s, leading up to the 1860 election of
Right.
honest Abraham Lincoln. Okay. And I say this continuously and repeatedly, and I gather I will continue to say this until we, basically wake the fuck up. All right. There's anywhere between 40 and 50 million cases of identity theft. Now, I guess, and I don't know what Cheryl's intention has been leading up to this, but I appreciate her sharing that in this document. But what are the ramifications of violating someone's identity? What are the penalties? What is the criminal justice process of filing claims of identity theft? Where is our legal representation? Mm-hmm. I know I'm somewhat getting ahead of myself here, but I'm just proposing this for consideration. If we are talking about, but as you were asking tonight, Sean, how are we going to rectify the situation? I'm somewhat amused about all of this discussion that you're hearing lately in the wake of George Floyd's execution. Could you explain to me, Sister Rhonda, what is racial reckoning? What does that mean to you?
I don't know.
Some clarity. What would racial reckoning be?
I haven't a clue.
These people presume that they're putting out the impression that all of a sudden there is this generation of whiteness, the current millennials, Generation Z, they're outraged. What are they outraged by? Truthfully. What is compelling them? I'm not talking about so-called going in the street. Notice this shenanigans played out in Portland. You see the stunt, this game we played with these undercover camouflage individuals,
right?
Who essentially were not military, not Department of Defense, supposedly what we're being told. Allegedly, it's Homeland Security, ICE, maybe be a Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearm, some level of a federal agency, but put in camouflage, unidentified. For what purpose? What's the image that you see when you see a person in camouflage?
I think combat.
You think military.
Yep.
Yeah. So the impression is being put out that there is a federal military force being placed into an American urban center. To what end? Now,
right.
the bigot in chief is saying to quell crime, right? He actually even has his acting, and most all the people don't seem to know that operating in the federal government, almost more than half of them are acting. meaning they have not been confirmed by the Senate for the jobs and the responsibility of the positions that they are in. So the actual Homeland Security Director is acting, including his deputy. The last person as his current Chief of Staff, if you remember, Mick Mulvaney had 3 jobs, all of which was acting. He was the Chief of Staff. He was in charge of the consumer, price, whatever you want to call that, the Consumer Financial Bureau that Elizabeth Warren supposedly had created to protect us after the first scandal of the financial ruin in 2007, 2008, and the Director of Office Management and Budget. He held all 3 of those positions at the same time and was acting. Okay. So now these acting Homeland Security Director and Deputy Director, that's the 2 white male figures on TV now talking about we going to, flex our muscles and show testosterone. And what did the president say? Dominate the streets. Okay. So you have political imagery that will be coming out very swiftly in political ad campaigns.
Right.
Showing camouflaged individuals undercover, not identifiable, presumably in the impression for the white suburbians that he said are being terrorized and terrified out there now, because these melanated hordes of criminal Antifa, Black Lives Movement, radical, what's the other word they use? Anarchists, un-American, crime infested, and put on that COVID-19, spreading.
Right.
Because that's what he said today in his so-called press conference about COVID, that they're coming out into the suburbs of America and going to terrorize and infect your safe space of existence and your white privileged, white picket fence gated communities, right? So you got the troops going in and protecting white America from these COVID-infected, criminally minded, Black, brown, Hispanic, African American, un-American, not like us folk. You feel me? But we suffer from the confusion. We talk about this every week. I know I sound like a broken record here, but identity crisis is an extremely, and I say somewhat facetiously, but to affect the point, I'm confused. Okay? In COVID-19 America, all these ad campaigns, even when you see you notice the commercialism of the so-called reopening economy that's not opening back up, but everything is contactless delivery.
Right.
Right? Mask up, social distance, and we're all in this together. Who is we? Who is we? We hold these truths to be self-evident, right? That all men, you already know that's half the population included, right? That all men are created equal. Oh, oops, except you niggas.
And women.
Okay.
Right.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. Self-evident means you know who you're talking about. I'm confused. We don't know who the fuck we are. So what's self-evident to a confused motherfucker? We are told that we're all in this together. If you're not white and male, who is we?
Right. Excellent point.
Is we. And we're sitting here today, all of these privileges and benefits it's going to expire a week from now. The unemployment insurance extension, the mortgage and rental assistance, the coverage of over 5.4 million people have lost health coverage. You know that from once they have gotten unemployed. That means the majority of people who have health insurance is from being employed. Right.
Because they can't afford
latest
that
numbers today. just today, because every Thursday they release another 1.4 million new claims of unemployment, at now standing at 52 million and counting, according to the media reporting tonight. That's 1 out of 3 working Americans, meaning they presumably say 150 million Americans out of over 300 million are the working population of this society. 1/3, over 50 million, are again, I say, my sister, my brother, who the fuck is we?
Yep.
Are all in this together. Now, those of us, we who are non-white and male, are unemployed, okay, undercovered health insurance, overly infected, because isn't that what they say? Who's disproportionately impacted by COVID-19? Infection rate, cases, and deaths.
Melanated people.
And now they want to pull your babies back into a hot spot situation by forcing the schools to be open. And if you don't open, we'll threaten defunding the schools. Now, we don't want to talk about defunding the police.
Right.
But if you don't open the schools, we'll defund the school districts.
Yeah, but shame on the parents, because now's the time. Get off that government tit. Don't send them to school. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
Okay. Again. No, I'm asking, who the fuck is we? We're all in this together. What does that? I mean, I'm confused.
Right. You confused.
What are we all in together?
Right.
Being infected? Not having access to health care? Dying?
Right.
Unemployed? About to be evicted and foreclosed. We all in that shit together, huh?
Right.
Who's at home not being impacted and still gainfully employed, working telecommuting, distance learning, because there are children that are at home that are still being educated.
Exactly.
Who is that, though? When you identify who these white, what I just described sounds like that must be privileged then. If you can work from home and still stay predominantly the majority of your income still intact. Your children at home with you and have internet, laptop, K-12 curriculum, access to education. And you getting contactless delivery every fucking day, whether you got food in your refrigerator or not.
Right. True that.
Who the fuck is we? We're all in this together. I mean, I know I'm sorry. I just broken now. Circling back to 1998, identity, what they call as she referred to as the Identity Theft and Assumption Deterrence Act, which amended Title 18 U.S. Code, Section 1028, to make it a federal crime to knowingly transfer or use, without lawful authority, a means of identification of another person with the intent to commit or to aid and abet any unlawful activity that constitutes a violation of federal law or that constitutes a felony under any applicable state or local law. What does that sound like to you? The theft of one's identity, used willfully to commit any unlawful activity. What does that sound like to you, my sister, my brother? The real estate scam, depopulation.
Yep.
Use the land that you stole is to grow. What is it? What do they call it? NGOs. Oh God, the modified GMOs.
GMOs.
The genetically modified organisms.
Mm-hmm.
That's a violation to your basic existence, is it not?
Yes, it is.
That is creating a poisonous
It's poisoning. Yep.
vehicle, vector, and then call it food.
Yep.
Then you create food deserts in communities that have been redlined. Is that a fraud? I believe that all this stuff is stated. I think it's in the violation of commercial bank. Didn't in the 1970s they created I forgot what the exact Community Reinvestment Act? Didn't they call it something like that?
Mm-hmm.
And that specific law was because of the purposeful redlining of people who had been made landless.
Yep.
Right?
Yes. Yes.
Is that an act of fraud?
Yep.
Then you continuously change the name of either nigger, negro, colored, black, mulatto, octoroon, quadroon, now African American. How many cases of changing identity is that? About half a dozen or more?
Yeah.
And then in each incident, you refuse them to get housing, which is the number one thing that's required for survival, right? A roof over one's head.
That is right.
You continuously refuse to allow that community to be developed. So property taxes mean, what are their school systems?
Exactly.
The most defunded?
Yep.
The worst educational opportunity, which then further exacerbates the condition of being in poverty?
Yep.
Purposefully? Because again, everything I'm describing now, I'm talking about policy.
Indeed.
Legislation. Enactment under law that is based under fraud. Calling a Negro a nigger and a black person to be inferior, to be redlined, to have no food and sustenance, to then have a high degree of liquor stores, pawn shops, fast food.
Yeah.
Right? So now you have created a toxic financial economic enterprise feeding off this same population that has been defrauded,
yep.
misidentified, and suffer identity. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So what are the penalties? I understand whether Sister Cheryl will call in tonight, and I do appreciate the next time she does. So what are the penalties that are raised under the Theft Penalty and Enhancement Act of 2004, which increased penalties for aggravated identity theft? Again, I'm going to say, who the fuck is we? We're all in this together. Who is the we that's all in together what I just described? Anyone white? Male or female? Young or old?
No.
And God damn it, if we weren't all in it together in that shit, what are we all together in COVID-19 America? Because everything I just described, is it not exacerbated? Is not the condition I just described worsened in COVID-19 America? And that's being said every night on the news.
Yes.
The conditions that were already bad in white supremacist America has now been put under the microscope and intensity of the pandemic, right?
Yep.
So when every commercial that you see, I don't give a goddamn what the fuck the product is, and you know what I'm talking about. Banking, food, Amazon, whatever. Right. All these commercials tagging COVID-19, we're all in this together. Who the fuck is we?
Yep.
Now, the aggravated violation of identity theft, and I certainly hope when Sister Cheryl comes back on, she will, enlighten me, if not anyone else who may or may not be concerned by what I'm raising tonight. 40 to 50 million and counting, because we're right now under the threshold of the census activity that we don't seem to understand the magnitude of it.
Right. Under
the so-called Constitution, the slave amendments, 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, which do not include us, though we keep believing that it does. 13th Amendment, quick subtitle, neither slave, that's the only time the word slavery was written, So that's in 1868, after 2 centuries of the existence of colonial America and the Civil War. Nowhere in the original documents is the word slavery written. Neither is the word African. Okay. Neither slavery nor a voluntary servitude shall exist except one duly convicted for a crime, right? 13th Amendment.
Right.
14th Amendment says, I'm paraphrasing again here, to count whole persons. Stress, air quote here. Count whole persons. What was that supposed to erase? 3/5 all other persons, written in the first article that gave the first power of the House of Representatives, what we call the census today. Because the first requirement of the People's House, which is the House of Representatives, not the Senate, not the executive branch and the presidency, and not the judicial branch of the court system and the Supreme Court. The House of Representatives was required to count the population to enumerate their representation, correct? And by default, because they never did identify who was being counted. But we know today now who is white male over 21, free and landowning. But that's not written in the document. The only population identified in the Constitution is Indians not taxed. Who is 3/5 all other persons? Again, sounding like a broken record. Who the fuck is we?
Right.
We're all in this together. Now, in wrapping this up, and I stress this repeatedly, that's why I bring it up every time I talk with y'all, Indians not taxed is the only identifiable population in the Constitution. That sister also pointed out the 1988 legislation. Did you see that? Within her declaration?
Yep.
Who did they thank in 1988? In 1988, Congress thanked the Iroquois Confederacy for helping them establish their trading posts and constitution, to acknowledge the contribution of the Iroquois Confederacy of Nations to the development of the United States Constitution, and to reaffirm the continuing government-to-government relationship between Indian tribes and the United States established in the Constitution. Whereas the original framers of the Constitution, including most notably George Washington and Benjamin Franklin, are known to have greatly admired the concept of the 6 nations of the Iroquois Confederacy, whereas the confederation of the original 13 colonies into one republic was influenced by the political system developed by the Iroquois Confederacy, as were many of the democratic principles which were incorporated into the Constitution itself. 1988, the 100th Congress of the United Snakes of America. Now, I don't expect anyone to pay attention to little old me, because, I'm confused. Who the fuck are we? We're all in this together, and I yield.
All right, brother 832. Thank you for that drop, as usual. All right. So let's bring on Sis Sandra. Sis, I don't know how long you was on hold. You know how we roll. I'm going to bring you on. Then I have one announcement. She who walks among the mist. Sis, I haven't seen you in the queue. If you're in YouTube, if you want to call in to make your announcement about your powwow, please call in. I'm going to read a snippet of it, but if you want to call in and give some specifics on it, please do so. I know it's coming up, so I'll make the initial announcement, but I would like for you to call in to give a little bit more details, because I'm certainly not going to give out your personal info you're going to have to come on and do that. So that's sis, my millennial, she who walks among the myths, my Shata sister. Come on and give out the information on the powwow that you are planning. Okay, let me bring on sis Sandra. Peace and love, sis.
Peace and love to you, family, like Rhonda, Brother Sean. 8, 3, 2. Peace and love to you, bruh. I know what's on my birth certificate.
Right, okay. I know exactly what's on mine.
And I be taxed all the time. So, how many treaties is that they break?
Exactly.
They know who we are.
Absolutely they do.
And if you don't pay taxes, if you owe them, they're going to put a lien on your stuff. And they know who we are.
Yeah. Yeah.
So all that is just fluff. Clinton, he didn't do us any favors by making us his property.
Right.
And our people will keep voting for them people like they retarded. And that makes them slaves every time they vote anyway.
Right, because they'd rather be citizens of Rome.
Right, exactly.
Than indigenous.
I don't understand it. None of the parties are any good. None of them. But they are in love with their slave masters. Absolutely in love with them. And they keep voting them. The Supreme Court, like I said last week, then gave the popular votes to the states to give it to the electoral college, which was a benefit for Clinton, another Clinton, another Clinton. You know, and I talk to people about them, and they almost curse me out.
Yeah, you will get cursed plumb the fuck out.
So, identity theft, one of the biggest crimes on the planet, is identity theft.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, who's getting it? And I really hate those commercials that says we're in this together when their target population, like he said, was melanated people.
Yep.
The indigenous. I said that in the beginning when they started that. And it's a blowback to them because they didn't expect to get it. But we were the target population. They were testing them monkeys, remember? So anyway, I'm here. I didn't listen to Kanye. I didn't listen to him, but I listened to what you were saying. I was here on my cell phone because at a place I couldn't turn it on because there was so much racket or say anything because there's so much noise.
No worries.
But I sat there and I listened to this. Now, one of the things that we talked about years ago, about 2-3 years ago, was who Kim Kardashian really is to Kanye West.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that came up in that conversation was the fact that she's his handler.
Mm-hmm.
And so Mama Earth, the environment, is correcting some DNA flaws that we have in our systems because of the blockage they have to our brain cells and our chakras. And so now he's breaking free, and they can't contain him. So you said Judge Brown said something. I don't have cable, so I don't get a chance to see a whole lot of this stuff going down. But, our people are waking up. They're waking up. They may not know all the answers, but those who are still out there getting paid to degentrify or gentrification our cities, our towns, our thing, it's because they don't know who they are.
Right.
And they're out there getting money, which is not worth 2 cents, to do what they're doing of killing their own people. they're trying to take more property from you by getting our people out of there with that degentrification stuff. Because once everybody moves out, guess who's going to take their place?
Well,
when they move to Chicago, when they move out of this place and that place, who's going to take their place? Like they did in Detroit. Detroit was just as bad. And who moved into Detroit?
Well, I'm going to say this. I'm about to bring it up. Bear with me. Y'all can't see it on the call. This was somebody posted on Facebook. I know y'all heard about it. Folks can keep fucking around if they want to, thinking that they can keep land stealing and playing these bullshit ass games. I done took and I done told y'all about this plasma tasing you in the ass. I have told you that the plasma has intelligence. Now the plasma then strike the motherfucking Vatican and then strike the motherfucking White House. So now, just recently, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, it struck behind that motherfucking fake ass Statue of Liberty, which is probably a star fort originally. It done struck right directly behind that bitch with a lavender purple sky. So keep on with the gentrification, moving folks around, stealing identity, want to pretend like you give a shit. And you really don't, because if it requires you to tell the truth and give up your illegal gains, you ain't finna do it. You ain't gotta do it. And anybody melanated, y'all know what that means. When your mama say, oh, okay, yeah, you ain't gotta do it. Stand outside and tell that to that motherfucking plasma about that gentrification. I'm sorry, sis. Go ahead. All right, sis. Oh, shoot. She got kicked off. All right, sis. She'll come back in. Okay, so just real quick, this is for my Shatta sister, she who walks among the mist. She's planning a powwow on August 8th. So she has a Facebook page. It's her and the indigenous chief Shatta brother, who, by the way, has an enormous amount of information, because I think he's an elder. I'm not going to give out his age on the air. That's not appropriate. So anyway, they're planning a powwow, and they would like for folks to participate. It's going to be on 8/8, 12 p.m. Eastern time. Check out the Facebook page, International Powwow. International Powwow. Okay? So you can join the Facebook page, get more detailed information. So sis, she who walks among the mist, my Shatta sister, I need you to get back up in the queue. Maybe not this show. I know you got the babies and you can't be up on here for no 4 hours straight. I understand all of that. You're going to have to come back in the queue to give a little bit more specifics. Okay, so Sis Sandra, I see you coming back in. Just real quick, I don't want to forget. Y'all, we got so much going on. Damn, this been a busy show already tonight. Real quick, this is for brother 832. Sis Cheryl pinged me, and she wants to know if I can give your number to her. So I'm going to open back up your line, and you just let me know if it's okay. So this is brother 832. Brother 832, did you hear me? He might be doing something. All right, brother 832. I was trying to get you because Sis Cheryl wants your information, your number. And I certainly can't give it out, and she doesn't want me to give it out without your permission. Okay, let me bring Sis back on. Okay, Sis, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think 832 gave permission before to give her his number when she first made the declaration, but you could wait until she double checks with him.
Okay, wait a minute. I think he getting back in the queue. I saw him get off and get on.
Okay.
You there, brother 832? Yes, ma'am. I was saying that to you the very night that she made her declaration.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay.
One of the things too about the powwow, and I know that the sister who walks among the mist will probably come back and be more exacting, but I shared that same night. I don't know if you had a chance to look up the League of Indian Nations of North America, or LINNA.org.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not certain whether or not Cheryl has checked with them or got in touch with the same folks who are also affiliated with the Empress, Diossi, and her campaign originally, her original lawsuit that made it to the United Nations. Did I not, if I'm not mistaken, Sean, correct me, did she not get awarded 70 acres in acknowledgement?
Yeah.
Now, the claim, if I'm not mistaken, is the entire Louisiana purchase that the identity thief, Thomas Jefferson, allegedly acquired from the other thief, Napoleon.
Right.
So I don't have the details on that. I'm just kind of off the top of my head. And I'm sure that maybe Cheryl has looked at proposing that as far as our having evidence and compiling our situation. So LINNA.org, LINNA.org, is supposed to be an organized effort amongst some existing Indian nations. And I yield.
Okay. Thank you, brother 832. I don't know specifically what's going on with that today. I have made reference to it several times that a lot of drama went on with the Empress, how she was mistreated. Now that's just me. We know she's no longer here with us. So I am putting out the forewarning. Do your research and use discernment. I'm not vouching for that organization. I'm going to be straight up with you. And those are my reasons why. Because of what went down with the Empress and how she was treated. So I don't know who's running it, any of that. It was some infighting within that organization. So I am not vouching for it. Now, I'm not trying to tell you all what to do. I'm just telling you why I'm not personally vouching for it. So you are free to do your own research and use your own discernment.
Hey, sis.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the whole thing with these quote-unquote organizations and recognized nations. It still has nothing to do with your bloodline.
I agree.
Now, in age Europe, it states that you can do it as an individual.
Right.
That you don't have to be a part of some group or some nation. Everybody keep trying to be affiliated with somebody else and ride off somebody else's coattail from the work that they done did. You still need to know who you are.
And that is correct.
What your bloodline is. Not as a nation, because you know that a lot of them were quote-unquote confederations.
Right.
Groups of tribes that came together for one reason or another.
Yeah.
And went up, and whoever was the strongest bloodline, 9 times out of 10, everybody went up under that name.
Yep.
So to me, right there, you're disrespecting your bloodline ancestors by acknowledging somebody else. I mean, didn't your God in that book tell you, thou shalt have no other gods before me? But you sit other men, other bloodlines, legacies. Their legacies were established on the backs of everybody else's.
Mm.
Everybody that they write about for a reason. There's always been controlled opposition. Them doing it now ain't new. They just following the same old script.
Right.
And they done told you in them charters that they could change up the name, they could change up the
seal,
do whatever you want to do.
Yep.
But my system stays in place.
That's right. Run me my ends. That is correct.
And as you see the way that they changing so-called money, the real currency is you, your energy.
Absolutely.
Your emotions, your thoughts, your prayers, and your very actions and your very inactions.
Indeed.
But that's up to you if you want to play that game. But it's dire consequences in case you haven't noticed.
Yes.
Play is over. The game is over.
Yes.
So keep playing if you want to. It's what Mama got in store for you, these people couldn't possibly think of.
Indeed. Sis, you have your background is coming through. Whatever that is in the background.
Oh, sorry. I thought I muted myself.
Indeed, Brother Sean. Indeed. Okay, real quick, Sis Cheryl, I literally had to freeze my YouTube screen because you threw something out here and I didn't catch the rest. You said he asked Harriet, I'm assuming you're meaning Harriet Tubman, to assist him, but somebody squealed. Harriet never showed up. So I don't know who that he was. Or who that he was. So if you could just drop in there who said that he got stood up by Harriet Tubman because somebody had snitched. We would appreciate it. All right, y'all. So I did have something else that I wanted to shoot, y'all. I know we ain't even got into little material yet. Okay, so before I go there, There is another YouTube channel called, and if I can't find it, that just meant we wasn't meant to talk about it tonight, and it don't look like I'll be able to find it. It just amazes me how my notes disappear. All right. Well, I ain't gonna be able to talk about it tonight, so I'll have to bring it up next week. But I was gonna bring forth another channel that highlighted, and it's a Caucasian channel that highlighted some copper color / melanated indigenous that marched in DC. Shout out to them on the 4th of July. And they were making it clear that they are the ones indigenous to the land. And they had on their feathers, and they were making it clear. So I'll try to have that video for you next week, since it just magically disappeared from my notes today, and shout out to them. Okay, so the next thing I want to go over just real quick. Once again, I told you all to check out Brother Caramel's latest, Swarthy Europe and its Aboriginal inhabitants. He put a part 1 out yesterday. I'm being told that he has a part 2 going on right now. He literally, out of a book, was showing, and I'm only going on part 1, and I didn't even get to finish it all. We're going over all of the Swarthy, which is black Europeans that held the seats of power, or what I named them in the series we did, the black nobility. And he's showing you the receipts with pictures, and some of the same exact pictures we used in that black nobility series, coins, and also statues. So what was interesting, once again, and like I said, within the first 10 minutes, I was like, hot damn. Right? Now, this same saint, I'm pretty sure that I had displayed his picture in the series, but I didn't put the connection together. Sometimes somebody else got to show you some shit that you put forward for it to connect to you. So he, in the video, was showed the picture of Saint Simon George. So let me bring it up, because we also showed this same picture in the Black Nobility series. And it just hit me today. Hopefully I put him up here. Maybe I didn't put him up there. I didn't put St. Simon up there. Oh, yeah, sorry. I didn't put his butt up there. I didn't put him back up there. All right. He's melanated, but this is the point that I want to make with that. I'm tripping because those of you that are from Georgia, y'all should know where I'm going with this. There is an island in Georgia named St. Simon. It's south. It's in on the other side of the island is Jekyll Island. And then you have Brunswick there. And all of that is the hop, skip, and a jump to Florida. So I'm like, I be damn. So St. Simon, Georgia, was named after a melanated man, St. Simon George. He was a duke Born in Paris to a family of ancient nobility, he was educated a gentleman and was a musketeer at age 16. Now, let me take a sip of my water, y'all. Now, those of you, now even white media admits that a melanated man wrote the Three Musketeers. So, is it making sense to y'all now? So, Saint Simon George was a melanated man, born in Paris to a family of ancient nobility. Saint Simon Island, located in Georgia today. Right? And he just so happened to be a musketeer. And it just so happened that a melanated man wrote the Three Musketeers. Coincidence? Nah, that ain't no coincidence. Later, he entered the service of Philippe, Duke of Orleans. Hold up. I've talked about Philippe several times. Philippe, brother of King Louis, who had the motherfucking super flat perm up out of France, that built Versailles. Yeah, melanated people. Well, Philippe was his brother. They're French.
Hey, you know, that sounds like a Pesor connection to Louis and what's her name? Antoinette of France.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a son that was adopted or taken care of by a George.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's in that Big Secret book I read. Deepest, Biggest Secrets. David Icke. And Pesor went under George. I forget George who, but he was under George because he was Antoinette and Louis' son. And he was secreted out. And that's a French, you know, them folks.
So if he was their son, he had to be melanated.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But we said that anyway when we were talking about the Pesor stuff, and when they were talking about that particular Pesor that they were mentioning and that information was like only the 13th end. So I said that's not even the inner circle. I bet that it has to be melanated people. So we've just proven it.
Mm-hmm. I know George took care of him. A guy named George, I can't remember the last name. He took care of Pesor. Because he was a little kid, a toddler, when his parents were killed.
Well, Philippe, Duke of Orleans. What? Duke of Orleans?
New Orleans.
Exactly. Yeah. New Orleans or New Orleans.
They probably ran our people out of there.
That's where your name comes from, beloved. A melanated Duke of basically France. Y'all know where y'all got that floor or that flower as your symbol. Yeah. As your symbol.
Wow,
was named after Philippe.
Small world.
So later he entered the service. So we talking about St. Simon, y'all. St. Simon, Georgia, which is absolutely beautiful. If you've never been to those islands, St. Simon, Jekyll, and even Brunswick. Brunswick gets a little rough because I'm not sure if the customs is still there. They have some little military stuff there. They did. I'm not sure if they still do. I know 15 years ago they did. So it can look a little rough, but it's still beautiful because it's all right there on the coast. All right. So he entered into the service, St. Simon, Philippe, Duke of Orleans. St. Simon gives this portrait of Philippe, who was a homosexual. Now, and in Brother Caramel's video, he even says, I don't know if that's true. And I don't know if that's true either. To be honest, I really don't give a damn. That ain't none of my business, Philippe, what you did. But what I am going to say is, when I told y'all to watch, I recommended y'all to watch that Netflix series talking about King Louis and them in Versailles. It pretty much showed the same thing as Philippe being gay. So now I don't know how true that is, whatever the case may be. When they showed a picture of him, he is decked out and his motherfucking hair is laid to the goddamn side. But so whatever. But all right, so who was homosexual? Monsieur was a little man. He always wore high heel shoes and was always dressed up in a feminine way. Okay, so now remember, when I told y'all I watched that Netflix series of King Louis now, and I told y'all that the idea, now that's according to the motherfucking Netflix little series, and I'm assuming that it's true, because King Louis, all of them European black nobilities, they stayed in perpetual war. It was war after war after war, because they had to keep taking over territories, conquering territories, because of their perpetual debt systems. Where does that sound familiar? So they had to keep taking over territory. And then also King Louis rant up, this Big Mama and them said, not ran, but rant up his credit building Versailles. So he was barely able to pay the soldiers. So he was cutting deals with the African kings and fighting with Spain, tit for tat with Spain, over territories and over ports around the planet, that both of they motherfucking kingdoms, including Britain, Scotland, and them, kept going around conquering folks' ports for the purpose of commerce. So he needed to come up with some more funds. So they started talking about the Americas. Oh, the Americas. So King Louis, with the motherfucking super flat perm and the super flat clothes from back up in the day, because they was decked the hell out in France back up in the day. They was decked out. Hair fried, dyed, laid to the motherfucking side. Somebody start talking about the Americas and all of that wilderness, all of that land, It's got to be a lot of resources there. So Louis was like, oh, hell no. Nah. Ain't nobody trying to fuck with America like that, with that wilderness. It's not civilized. So meaning it's not Romanized enough for him. All right. Now this is according to their narrative. This is according to their official narrative story. All right. Which I'm still, I'll do a little bit more digging. I got to line up the motherfucking dates because we do know that in the Americas, there were those European built / Moor built castles in the Americas that was eventually tore down and destroyed. But okay. So Philippe, the brother, was like, well, King Louis was like, well, all right, I just send some of the men over there, meaning his little military. And so Philippe was like, man, ain't nobody trying to go no damn where messing with you like that. You still ain't paid these soldiers from fighting this other wars. They ain't finna do it. But I know what you can do. Why don't you send the prisoners? What? What do you mean send the prisoners? No, don't worry about it, dude. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna be in charge of it. I'm going to interview the prisoners. And I'm going to select who we are going to send over to the Americas on our behalf to work those lands. So, I'm going to have to sip my water. Now that, y'all, was off the motherfucking Netflix series by Louis and them. Does that not line up with White Trash, the 400-year untold history of class in America, and those indentured servitude contracts? Lines up to me. Okay. All right. Okay, so I'll pause in case Sis or Brother Sean, y'all want to put something on it before we move on.
You know what, though?
Uh-huh.
Think about the way Prince used to dress.
You, baby, when I was describing the motherfucking heels and them blouses, that's the first person that popped in my mind. With the hair fried dyed laid to the side.
Don't forget Little Richard.
Little Richard, too.
Yeah.
He said he was an Indian in the interview.
Oh, yeah, Little Richard. Oh, Little Richard definitely, absolutely. He says it. Yeah.
He did. Interesting. It's in the genes.
I don't see why it's so hard for our people to understand who they really are.
Exactly.
Look how many quote unquote name changes they have given us since the 60s.
Right.
We're the only people on the planet to have undergone so many different name changes.
Yep. On the planet.
And for this corporation to sit up and talk stuff about how what's going on is trying to erase history, to indoctrinate the children.
Right.
They say all this about the school systems now.
Right.
But fail to acknowledge who we truly are.
Mm-hmm.
We got so many tricksters out here on so many levels. You have very intelligent, well-spoken brothers.
Yes.
Who can break down every aspect of the law to you and still call you Black and African American.
Mm-hmm.
Same with brothers on this spiritual thing, these so-called conscious brothers. They can break down quantum physics and all this type of stuff. Take you to all these different realms, this, that, and the other, and still turn around and call you Black or African American.
Yep.
You don't think something wrong with that? These
Exactly.
are well-studied, well-learned people. And they consciously refuse to acknowledge who you are.
Yep.
Not to do anything, but just to acknowledge who you are.
Indeed.
But I digress.
Indeed. And thanks, Sis Cheryl. She said Alexandre, that's right, Dumas, that's right. I could not remember his name. Wrote the Three Musketeers. That's the melanated brother that wrote the Three Musketeers. Now, they don't dispute that a melanated brother wrote the Three Musketeers. It makes sense now why he could write that. When St. Simon and them, all of them folk were melanated. All of these places were named after melanated people. Why do you think I told y'all? And shout out to the people that dropped this information that carry that title, Moors. I wasn't the first person to say it. They said it. That those surnames you carry, they're not slave names. They're not names you carry from a Caucasian slave master. Those are melanated names. They either tie back to indigenous tribes of America and or both. They tie to Europe. That also ties to indigenous tribes of America through marriage. And yes, Sis Divinity, James Brown said who he was. So some of the elders, I know Tina Turner wanted to slap the shit out of Gates when he comes sitting up there giving her some fucked up ass heritage. I was straight rolling. She knows who she is. Huh?
Morgan Freeman, too.
Yeah, Morgan Freeman was hot than a motherfucker. Free man.
If he was playing God at that moment.
Exactly. With the surname of Free Man. With that alone lets you know that his family lineage was not in bondage. Absolutely. And somebody else in YouTube chat, they threw out that a lot of those singers, I think somebody threw out Rick James was emulating the melanated Europeans with the way he dressed. Mm-hmm. Yeah, now that we think about it, a lot of them are, because Prince Show in the hell was. Prince Show got his motherfucking swag from Philippe them. From Philippe and Louis. Because they dressed their motherfucking asses off.
So people need to listen to some of these brothers that are in the industry, like Kanye and Professor Grip. they know what they're talking about. I didn't hear their statements, but I saw some of the articles of how they're thinking that Kanye has lost his mind and all this kind of stuff. And I said, I wonder what did he say? And you said it to Jay. He's telling the secrets, and now they saying he's crazy. And you know, he has also built those circular domed kind of houses. I think in Arizona. Who does that?
Yeah, he's in Wyoming.
Wyoming. Who does that but indigenous people? That's how they live.
I'm gonna sip my water. He know why he building them.
Yeah, he knows why he's building them.
Yeah, he's talking about off-grid living, all of that.
And they shut him down.
That man is not dumb. Now, yes, he does have a mental disease. I'm not finna sit up here and deny that one bit. But that show, and damn sure don't make him dumb.
No.
Because everything that he said so far, he's been accurate. That ain't his motherfucking fault that y'all can't pick it up and go research it. But I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
The people need to be careful with that off-grid living. People forget that the poles are shifting. Places where water wasn't will be. Places where water is won't be.
Yes, nah.
So, I mean, they need to pay attention to everything, not just what's going on with these little peons.
Right.
Better pay attention to what Mama
says. That's right. That's right. Because if she don't want that to be there, why you think she breaking down these dams and opening up these sinkholes? It's whatever the fuck she say. So I thank you for saying that, Brother Sean. You better move how she tell you to move, or get drowned, or that plasma tasing you in the ass. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
I heard the shorelines are being eroded or washed away. There's no shorelines anymore. Like in Venice, I heard the shoreline is like 50 feet, from the water, and I'm like, what? Are you serious? The oceans are coming closer in.
Mm-hmm. But when the Moors built Venice, first of all, I always give credit to the Moors for this.
Talking Venice, California.
Oh, Venice, California. Oh, well, damn. I was talking about Venice, Italy.
I didn't talk about Venice, Italy. I'm talking about Venice, California. They're losing their boardwalk and stuff. That's what my son said.
The water that came all that close on the boardwalk.
Yeah, he said.
I know Venice Beach pretty decently. That's far as fuck. So that's all of the little sand, right? So that means it's coming close up to them houses.
Exactly.
That was gentrification too, sis. Am I right or am I wrong? Wasn't Venice a halfway affordable place? And they started buying up that shit, and now it's $1 million homes sitting there, unless I'm not remembering properly.
No, they were redlining their butts off in Venice.
Exactly.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were. I lived in Venice. I was brought up in Venice.
Okay, so you know.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And they had all kinds, they called it the ghetto when I lived there, and they were dirt cheap homes. I think my parents paid $13,000 for their house and stuff. And I asked my mother one day, how come we're not on the other side, which is the west side of Lincoln? Mm-hmm. And she said, because they wouldn't let us live there. And now the east side, closer to the water, is the $1 million homes.
Yep.
Really bad.
Yeah,
because they took over, and as soon as the elderly die, they run on there and get it.
Yep, they run and get it. And I just remember when I first visited California 25-something odd years ago. Mm-hmm. It was Venice was eclectic. It was not ritzy at all.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't ritzy. Then I started hearing about people selling their shit and becoming millionaires. I'm like, what?
Billions
yeah,
over.
they selling their shit, becoming millionaires, because they were just little A-frame homes.
Exactly.
And so they bought up those folks' stuff, and these are the celebrities. It's y'all motherfucking stinking asses.
Yeah, I used to watch them walk down the alley, the celebrities.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't mean nothing to me.
They built them mini mansions there, and I done took and told y'all that shit finna be floating, baby.
Yeah.
It's finna be floating, mudslid, plasma the fuck up.
Hey, Chris.
Mm-hmm.
But see, they doing all that dredging out in the water, getting sand to continue building shit with. And that's causing the land and everything to shift. It has no more support. So those holes in the ocean are being filled up with all the land that's being consumed by the water.
Folks deserve to be washed the fuck away, far as I'm concerned. Mudslid, all of that. I mean, straight up though, on the real, they fucking deserve it.
And see, also that's why I say we can't be too fixated on a certain part of mama's body.
That's true.
As you know, like I know, one minute mama could be holding you on her hip, and then she got to pull you all the way up for a minute,
right,
or put you down. All of mama is ours. If a certain part is cancerous,
right,
and she then opened up another part of her to us, that's everything that we need.
Right.
Why would we continue to go through this? And she's given us every warning, every opportunity to do what we need to do and move on.
Yep.
I mean, look at all the disasters that's going on. Look at the red iron oxide.
Mm-hmm. And China, she washing that bitch cleanly the fuck off.
Mm-hmm. And science proves that red iron oxide dust can be used as thermite.
Thermite.
So we have that all in the air, all over everything.
Yep.
All mama got to do is hit that right plasma boat in the right place.
And that's a motherfucking rap. Exactly.
You ain't gonna have time to think about nothing. Everything is gonna be ash instantly. Poof.
Yep. And
next thing you,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother
Sean. Next thing you know, you reincarnate into a whole nother motherfucking cycle.
But didn't Thanos try to warn you motherfuckers? That came on over the weekend, and I was literally working on something else, and I always had some type of background noise, had the TV on. And then the last of the fight scene was showing. And then it hit me. I said, God damn it. Thanos was showing us that plasma tasing motherfuckers in the ass.
Mm-hmm.
Turning to dust. Instantly. And they told you, then they showed you with the motherfucking follow-up, which I told all of the Caucasian men, they thought I was crazy and had to come back and apologize. I told them that they was just in another motherfucking dimension before the new shit came out. So they showed you that their ass was in another dimension. But the catch is, they ain't coming back to the new shit. No, you got to stay in that motherfucking dimension and do your 26,000 year motherfucking cycle. So, but very good point. But my original point where I was going with that, oh, wait a minute. Deep H2OV says, Manhattan Beach was originally inhabited by the Tonga tribe of Native American, goes back over 7,100 years with the neighboring Rodunda Beach. And I know Manhattan Beach is rich than a motherfucker too. It was always the cleanest beach to me in LA. I've never been to the Rodunda Beach. I've never been to that one. But I know Manhattan was always clean and had I'm talking about when I first visited LA. And it had those multi-million-dollar mansions on there. See, Caucasians, y'all got to answer for that. Those that they had their motherfucking legs crossed chilling on indigenous people's shit. You got to answer for that, boo. And then Sis Cheryl goes, Kanye's father was in this sure was, the psychiatric branch of the army and a Scientologist. There you go.
I know people don't think he made $1 billion just being a regular.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. He got some connects somewhere. For sure. Yeah, I knew about the military part. I didn't know about the Scientologist part.
The bloodline. Mm-hmm. You know, it got to be that bloodline.
It is the bloodline. It is. It is. But even with that, still no lies were detected in what the fuck he said. And both outraged rants, he was accurate. Now, the rest of that stuff with his personal life, that ain't none of my motherfucking business. But it wasn't no lies. I'm sorry, what you say?
It goes to show that there's infighting within those bloodlines.
But hasn't there always been?
Exactly, and people should be able to see it clearly now to this present day. And usually when there's great infighting within those bloodlines, that's at the changing of an era.
Absolutely. And
if you learn anything from that history, when we do nothing, we get put into another cycle.
Exactly. Why you think we keep harping on this? Infighting to control who gonna control you in the next cycle. Shit, not me. Like that raggedy lady said that they caught on the news that day. Not today, not today, not tomorrow, not me. Nope. Mr. Tyrese said, if you're not spiritually connected, you will not make it. Nope. That's why we keep telling you. It starts, it ends with you. Know thyself. Clean up your bloodline. And I'm only doing this series to pull the series, even the one we did on the Black nobility, to pull these layers back to show you whom is who and to point out the patterns. So absolutely. So my other point that I was making based on the point Sis was making on the Venice Beach point in California, which I'm glad she made that point. But that's fucked up. No, it ain't fucked up. No, it ain't fucked up. Mama, I support you 1,000%. Do what you gotta do. And although you don't need me to tell you to do what you gotta do, because you are doing what you have to do. And as I say, and I say again, and that's including my motherfucking raglass too. Because none of you all get to make that final decision on what she wants to do with her body. So, what I was gonna say about Venice, y'all know that shit been sinking like forever. Venice, Italy. And all of those things, those ports, those star forts, and I think Sis Cheryl had one time posted for us in the chat, even in the Americas, she gave us pretty much the states along the Americas coastline that sits below sea level, all right? Because I was pointing out where the mud flood community was showing through ancient maps, and they're showing like through the Google aerials where you can see how these different shores were built up. And what I'm saying in the star forts and all of that, and what I'm saying, and some of them are saying it as well, and shout out to those that are truly being honest, that that stuff was built by the Moors, who are master builders. But even with all of that said, Mother Earth still gets to make the right decision. Not the right, well, it is the right decision because that's what she wants to do. The final decision. So China, I don't know how much motherfucking money they spent on that dam. Shit. Not when Mama got through with they ass. She don't give a damn about none of that. I told you all, once she awakens and she is awake, there's no stopping her. They don't have the technology to match her. They're trying to play catch up with the 5 and 7G. They're trying to keep up. They can't. She gets to make the final decision. So now those behind the scenes hitting hand folk, like Brother Sean said, they just fighting amongst each other to vie for power for the reset of the next realm. That's what the reset is about. People thinking about the Nasera Gesera financial shit, it's deeper than that. It's about the reset of the realm. And we talking overall 26,000 years and some change. And you get some little miniature breaks in there. I think it's what 1200 and then 3600. But for the most part, same fuckery. 26,000 and some change. I'm not the one. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
I mean, as long as people want to depend on a quote-unquote financial system, they just creating shit out of thin air.
Yep.
Even if they call themselves backing it by gold.
Exactly.
Or silver or whatever. None of that is theirs to back anything with.
It's not. It's Mama's.
It ain't going nowhere for all these people that think you're about to go to Mars with Elon Musk and all this type of shit. Everything that belongs to Mama, stand with Mama.
Surely is.
Why you think it's a quote-unquote dome up there? Ain't shit beaving here. Well, that's why we had quit. That's why our ancestors had been stopped fighting over gold. They realized it ain't going no goddamn way.
Exactly.
You can meld it. You can change the shape of it. I mean, Ask King Tut and them. They gonna dig your ass up for that gold. You gonna be gone.
Hell to the no. What you say? Ask King Tut and them. Show in the fuck
Yeah.
wheel.
They gonna dig you up for that gold.
Shit.
You gone, but that gold's still there.
And y'all
and
know.
the game begins again.
Y'all know, country folks, when you had took the body to such so them funeral home, and your peoples had they gold toofuses. Didn't them motherfuckers take them toofuses out they goddamn mouth?
For sure.
My aunt had me rolling. I told y'all we country with a K. She wanted to be sophisticated and get her gold toofuses. I think she had 2 or 3 out of her mouth, and with the regular ass, I call them the horse teeth. They call porcelain. So she said, she's so silly. She all up under my fucking anesthesia. So, you know, 'cause they had to rip the gold out, put the other horse teeth, toofuses, up in her mouth. And she said she gets to the motherfucking crib, and then a couple days later when she got herself together, she said, that motherfucker stole my gold teeth. I hit the floor. So Brother Sean is absolutely right. Ask King Tut and them about that gold. They raided all of them tombs.
You know, the Mayans and the Aztecs, especially Aztec, had tons of gold, right? When the conquistadors came. And gold grills is a trait, one of the traits of the Mayans. And I started laughing when I read that, because I was reading it on a history of the Mayans on an AT&T article they had, and they were telling about all the different things that the Mayans used to do. Chocolate was one of their favorite things, too, and the grill, the gold grill. And so when I read that, I started cracking up, because I remember all my cousins pretty much in Texas had gold in their mouths.
Yep.
I used to wonder what you do with the gold in your mouth. But they all had gold. But now I know.
It's still being done today.
It is. It just keeps
it's
carried
grills.
on.
Now motherfuckers doing platinum, got motherfucking diamonds in it, and JB goes, yep, Southern people don't play about their gold teeth.
And little, what's his name? Was it Faba? What's his name? Little Wayne and Flavor. Flavor dude.
Flavor Flav.
Flavor Flav, yeah, that's the word. His mouth was toe up. But I had to laugh because I read that article and I said, oh, is that why these people do that? They don't even know what they're doing.
Well, and you know, now that we know what we know, but I just knew they were getting it from they auntie them, but except back up in the day, they had, you know, 1 or 2 teeth, and that was literally a wealth symbol in the South.
Yeah.
When you had your motherfucking gold teeth and you grinning, you got that one motherfucker gold one in the front or up on the motherfucking side, or you got one in the front and on the side, huh? And what Brother JP says, they don't play about their gold teeth. They knew it not toxic like mercury. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Excellent point. Excellent point. Although it's still on the fence about mercury even being toxic, depending on who you are. Hint, hint. Purple pill. Earth is heart. Exactly. That's what the Aurora Borealis is. I told you that's Mother Earth. She sends up her vibratory colors. Her chakra colors.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, absolutely. Where the heart is, right. Exactly. Home is where the heart is. Exactly. All right. So that's that. Get ready. Very good point, Brother Sean. And actually, New Earth Productions kind of talked about that, about people choosing the machine world over nature. He dropped two back-to-backs that I really want to talk about this week. So actually, that's a good segue. So this is New Earth Productions. And thank you, brother, for your videos, because you get to the motherfucking point. You put out some great information. And you be reading people in a respectful way and telling them it is what it is. So let me drop this one. This one is from Brother New Earth Production. You choose the machine world over nature.
What up, fam? Source God. Bang, bang. Hey, yo, fam. Yeah, Grand Rising, by the way. Yo, family, you guys remember when this plague first started? What was going on? You guys remember? Family, every river on Earth got cleaned during the motherfucking lockdown, family. You guys remember that? The most polluted river in India got 100% clean. You could see right to the bottom for the first time. Fish returned to the river. Yeah, here you go, fam. You know I show my receipts. This is India, family. This is one of the 10 most polluted rivers in India. All of them cleaned up. You see me? Some of the most polluted rivers in the universe. Look at them now. Texas. All over here in America. Mississippi River. Dog. I'm talking about so many rivers. Thailand. Fam, Thailand rivers are so polluted that the water boils. Yeah, family. You don't know, you know. Receipts them there. Now show you what Thailand river look like. Because of these post-soul NPC and these dirty, filthy fucking vampire. Yeah, man. Check this out, fam. The fuck are they wicked, the fuck. Look at Bumbo clot. Look on the post. Yo, fam, look on the blood clot river. You wanna sick? What the fuck wrong with you now? And that you know one part? You suck on the mother. Look on the blood clot water, frothy and a blood clot boil. And I eat that. I'm not sick, no bumbo clot. Look on the frat and the river, dog. Beer chat. Yo, dog, what I deal with? Not food. Yo. Did you just hear what I said? The water boils. Because your fancy clothing companies, like every single clothing company that you guys covet and love so much, Levi, nigga, Gucci, Louis Vuitton, I don't care who, they all have clothing factories in Thailand. And there are no regulations, fam. These motherfuckers straight up just dump the dye, the leftover dye and chemicals that go into processing clothes, which, fam, acidic. They just dump it right into the rivers of Thailand, fam. Every fish dead. The water boils. Well, since the lockdown, this shit cleaned up completely. Fish return, 100%. Right, family, this is Thailand. Yeah, where all the rare sea creatures are returning to the most polluted water bodies ever. All of a sudden, look at the turtles, the whales, everything coming back to the Thai waters. Fam, this is historical. Y'all go look it up. This happened because of the motherfucking lockdown. Y'all telling me the archons wanted this, Rome wanted this? Y'all niggas stupid as a motherfucker. This was the works of the Most High. And now the judgment you getting because you don't want to change your ways is also the works of the Most High. Bang, bang, bang. Mentioned India, it happened. Family, every country in the world. China. The skies of China became completely clear for the first time in 100 years. Here's your receipt, fam. These are the skies of China being cleared of nitrogen oxide and carbon dioxide. Yeah. Bang, bang. Okay? But according to a lot of you geniuses, Of course, you ascribe the power to Rome. You're telling me it was Rome that did that. It was the fucking Archon devils that decided to lock shit down so that the earth could breathe and the economy and money and all that get fucked. The economy's getting fucked, but the earth is coming back to life. And y'all are telling me it was the Archons doing that. I'm gonna give you a second to let that fucking sink in. Okay? You're telling me that it's Rome, Babylon, the most filthy, dirty, disgusting den of demons. All they like is shit and filth and concrete and metal. That's all they like. They do not like nature because nature produces orgone energy. Orgone energy kills the wickeds, destroys chemtrails, everything. Go look it up. So you're telling me that the wickeds did something to cause more orgone energy to be produced? Y'all are some fucking geniuses, bro. And then listen, and then check this out, family. Check out how many people are gonna say some shit like, oh, Orion's an agent because he believes that the judgment is from the Most High and not from Rome. You fucks don't even think. Family, think about it. Think about it. Y'all are trying to say that it's not the Most High cleaning up the place, causing this shit to lock the fuck down, shutting down this bullshit world economy. It's not the Most High. It's the Illuminati and the Archons. You guys ascribe them all the power. You guys worship them, dog. You guys don't believe in the Most High. Most of you NPCs, you don't believe in the Most High. Your programming comes straight from Babylon, and you cannot do nothing without Babylon, and you cannot do nothing without ascribing Babylon all the strength. You worship Babylon. They're your idols, nigga. Yeah, man. From the politicians to the stars, them the Hollywood so-called stars, y'all niggas worship them bitches. Yeah, man. Straight up, without a fucking doubt. Cause look, check this out. It's like every fucking thing that happens, y'all say it's Babylon. When Babylon get them judgment, y'all say, oh no, it's them doing harp, it's them doing it. So nothing happens to Babylon. It's just Babylon doing it to themselves. Rome judgments themselves. Nothing happens to them from the Most High. They're so powerful. When I show videos of light orbs on every inch of the planet that cannot be denied, you guys just say it's blue beam. Without even understanding the concept of what blue beam is. You just say the word blue beam because you heard about it from some conspiracy site or some shit. That's all you heard is the word blue beam and hologram. Do you know how blue beam works? No, you don't. You have no fucking clue. You hear the word harp and you're like, oh, yeah, harp. It's harp making the weather judgment. Everybody's harp. It's not the Most High. It's harp. Do you know how harp works? You know what harp is? Or you just heard the word harp? You know what harp is? Harp is microwaves, fam. They blast microwaves up into the ionosphere and bounce microwaves off the ionosphere and heat up certain parts of the earth and cause destructions. Because heat causes molecules to start getting active. So you can make the heat spin the air. You can make the water heat up and cause hurricanes. You can make the ground heat up and cause earthquakes. Because it's a simple formula. But yeah, it's this Babylon using harp. Ooh. So deep. They bounce microwaves off the ionosphere and heat shit up. Ooh. First time most of you even knowing this. You don't even know how harp works. And then they're not bouncing shit off the ionosphere. Guess what they're bouncing up? What reflective surface they're using to bounce the microwaves from the fucking harp off of? I'll give you a second. The fucking dome. Not the ionosphere. They bounce the waves off the dome and can point it anywhere. It's just trajectory and heat. Oh, but it's so deep, it's hard. Go fucking study. Instead of acting like you're a fucking know-it-all and you know everything, because you hear something but don't, oh, harp and blue beam, majestic. Did you study any of it or you just hear the words and it sounds cool and you start getting friends and followers and getting clout by saying those names? Nigga, y'all don't know shit about what's going on. I promise you. And check this out. You remember in the beginning of this, what I said would happen if you guys tried to open back up without fixing the problem first? Because God is going to watch what you're doing, and the Most High is going to be like, oh shit, these niggas just chose money and economy over ecology, over nature.
In Madagascar, half of the money is Jews trying to save the country's crop production.
Lightning strikes spread across 31 districts of Bihar and UP killed 107 people on Thursday.
He's showing the cyclones.
A standoff between India and China has turned deadly for the first time in many decades. The Indian army reported the deaths of 20 of their soldiers on Tuesday.
Didn't I tell you guys you were being tested? Go watch my videos. The Most High was testing you to see if you would choose the economy over nature. You motherfuckers chose the economy over nature. What did I say would happen? I said the Most High was going to do something to make you have to stay your bitch asses inside. Go back and watch. Oh my God. Nigga, so what's happening in China? What's happening everywhere all around the world where they trying to open up? Nigga, it's the flood of fucking Noah in every fucking country. And here in America, we're not only having floods, we're having the worst heat wave ever. Motherfucker, go outside and hang out and go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. That sun gonna burn you to fucking ashes. You gonna pass out, nigga. What the fuck? You know how many people dying right now with heat stroke talking about, Yeah, bitches. Go out and run around. Start your economy back up. Start the economy back up. Yeah, man, put money over life. Yeah, now nature and the Most High is taking your fucking lives. You don't see that? Oh no, it's Harp. It's Rome. Rome's the one judgmenting themselves. Rome wants to open the economy back, and then they use Harp to shut it back down. You dumb fuck. So what you're telling me is the motherfucking Most High, who gives me my inspiration, literally talks to me. It's not the Most High, it's Rome talking to me. It's Rome going, hey, Timmy. Hey, Osiris. Hey, Hexagon. Hey, Mystic. Hey, Orion. Hey, Sirius. Guess what? We're gonna cause a plague to shut down our own economy. Then we're gonna open the economy. Then we're gonna shut it down with nature. Yeah, it's Rome coming to me and telling me this real shit. Cause I ain't been wrong yet. And not me, the Most High, nigga. Ain't been wrong yet. Go watch my videos from years ago about this shit. But nah, it's Rome. It's Rome judgmenting themselves. Cause Harp. You fucking scaredy cats. You godless sodomites. Yes, you godless NPC sodomites. You think I'm talking about some god of Rome, you little fake ass god of Rome sitting up on his throne, judgmenting? Oh, they're having sex before marriage. Ah! You think that's the god I'm talking about? You fucking weirdos. Nah, man, I'm talking about the Most High, nigga. The god of motherfucking Kush, nigga. Fucking real, dog. Get real. The Most High I serve don't allow his priests to rape little boys, nigga. There ain't no pagan holidays where niggas drink blood and all this shit. That's not what we talking about. I hope y'all know that. I'm talking about reality, nigga. Supremacy, okay? I'm talking about the real shit. Okay, and the Most High is not lying to me, and it's not Rome telling me that Rome is being judgmented. Come on, man. Are y'all niggas for real? But anyway, the proof is in the fucking pudding. You see me? Anybody with common sense who's not an NPC can see what I'm going right now. Bumbleclad. Family, when I tell me, say Rome, I judgment them economy. Rome, I try to do everything to get their economy back up and running so they can start sucking your currency back out, your current back out. These archons need to feed. And the Most High's like, nah, fuck that. Shut the shit down again. With nature this time, because he gave you a choice before. I told you it was going to be your choice first, and then it was going to be judgment if you choose economy over nature. Y'all would rather see the rivers and lakes polluted again so you could go to the motherfucking mall. Well, let me tell y'all something, man. It's over for you NPCs. You made your choice. You chose your path. You spread your bed. Now you're going to have to lie in it because you have no other choice. Watch the fucking judgment. Yeah. Source got out. Bang, bang. Quick note, fam. Don't forget that all the sports are shut down. And the motherfucking Olympics. The biggest symbol of Rome. Yeah, fam. Heaven and hell, that's just a frequency. You chose those low vibrations, so hell is your frequency and your vibration. We on you earth. We up high. Bang, bang.
All right, so that's off of the Brothers channel, YouTube channel, New Earth Productions. That's You Chose the Machine World Over Nature. Boom. All right, yes, Purple Pill. Most High equals Kambala. Or what did, or am I not seeing that right? All right. So there you have it.
No, he got cannabis. He said
cannabis. Okay. Okay, cannabis. All right.
Yeah, because I'm over here thinking, what? Hell, right about now, I'm the most high, nigga. What is he talking about?
Nature. That's what I think. Oh, shit.
Nah, you know, he said the God of Kush.
Well, that's his right.
Oh, yeah, I'm just saying. But Kush is cannabis.
Yeah, that's his right. Yeah, no disrespect. That's his right if that's what he want to do.
Yeah.
But
we've been saying for the longest that all you had to do was stop in the game in.
Oh yeah, we've been saying it for the longest. But I'd like to bring other people's stuff in.
Oh yeah.
To show y'all, I'm not motherfucking making this shit up either. We told y'all years ago this shit was gonna break down. We told you exactly how it was gonna happen. Brother Wendell and I told y'all to get your motherfucking packs of drugs, get your food, all of that. We done took and told y'all. So ain't none of this shit shocking to me. And I do have to agree with the brother because a lot of the stuff that came to me, it came from the spiritual realm.
Mm-hmm.
Because I put in the work to know thyself, to be connected to Mother Earth, to the higher realms. I put that work in. So I was able to come off of my dome and put that information out fucking years ago.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Sis,
You know,
what I was getting to is, like he said, we had the choice at first.
Yep.
Now, Mama had to make the choice.
Yep.
Had we stopped and stood up and been guardians, like we were supposed
to,
nature would have been returning to its pristine nation.
Yep.
Pristine nature.
Because it was happening so quick. It was happening so quick. And I said that you motherfuckers are whining about being in the house and the animals are chilling. Motherfucking air is fresh. Water is clean. I fucking said it.
Yeah.
And you niggas was complaining. They putting us on lockdown. They trying to control us. They doing it. Because you didn't give a fuck about the planet. You didn't give a fuck about the clean air, the fresh water. You didn't give a fuck.
That's true.
So you get what the fuck you get. I told you should have had your black asses out in your own motherfucking yard, putting your hands in the soil, getting connected. You're supposed to be using that time to connect with your babies. I told y'all's black asses. But no, they trying to control us. They trying to control us. Cause Q Elemento P and them said, I told you motherfuckers. And he's absolutely correct. You made your choice because you don't give a fuck. You worship Rome. You don't give a fuck about the planet. So you don't deserve to be here. I'm sorry, sis. Go ahead. You pissed me the fuck off. Shit.
I just want to kind of remember a show we had when Dabu 7 took a video and showed an object moving across the earth. And it was the wheel in the middle of the wheel, Ezekiel. And that object was to cleanse and purify the planet.
Yeah, that was going behind the chemtrails.
Yeah.
Wiping that shit away. Yeah.
Yeah. And those cigar spacecraft was doing the same thing.
Yeah.
But this Ezekiel thing is that Burl crystal that we were talking about, that he was using crystal to purify the earth. And it's going to happen. And people who don't like it, and you know, I'm going to say that he leads these people to destroy each other, and in the process, the planet gets recovered. And they're fighting each other. There's no doubt about that, the fact they're fighting each other. And they've released things into the atmosphere to hurt each other, but it's also helping the planet because they got to go. I mean, it's just wiping them off the planet. You know, and you said in your program that you had that 70% of Europeans have the R1B1 or the monkey DNA, and they get affected by this COVID, even though they put it out there for us. They're the ones that's getting affected really pretty bad, and they're the ones who's tested positive for that COVID.
Right, but let's be clear.
We are too.
Mama don't give a fuck about none of that.
No, you don't.
Melanation, because everyone residing in this space and vibration had the motherfucking opportunity to choose sides. So you bitches, well, they didn't shut stuff down. They trying to control me. You made your fucking choice. Now live with it. Because it's not going to get better. It's not going to get better. And that's not scare tactics. That's fucking reality. But those of us that told you this shit years ago, we prepare. We're motherfucking chilling. And it's deeper than being on the prepper shit, having your supplies. Because we're prepared consciously. I told you all this is about your soul consciousness. We are prepared consciously. We enter and understand what must happen. So I don't give a fuck. Call me the Thanos. I don't give a fuck. We told y'all. Rome has nothing for you but to repeat another motherfucking cycle. It's over. So this is for melanated people too. And I know melanated people like to come on and talk about what the motherfucking white man done. Not trying to hear it. Not trying to hear it. Because we all had the opportunity. And y'all that chose Rome's economy, because they trying to control us. Because Q Element No P and them said it. And the white hat said it. Take your motherfucking medicine. Sorry, go ahead, brother.
It's the He's talking about bringing factory and foundry jobs back here. Don't you think that means more pollution to the waters and everything?
Right, but people don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about the planet.
That's doing China a favor, taking all them jobs from over there, for real, for real.
Yeah, and you see what she doing to China. She like, motherfucker, I'm finna get you first. Let me get you right on out the way. Let me go and get you quick right on out the way.
Mm-hmm. All we had to do was stop on our terms, not on theirs.
Yep.
We kept telling y'all that they're going to shut it down at some point.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. But had we shut it down prior to that, and what I mean by that is, just stop. Just don't do shit.
Yep.
The very thing that niggas was doing during this pandemic lockdown. That's all you had to do. Make sure you had some shit stocked up.
Yep.
When you were all right. And just not do shit.
Yep.
It had all been over with.
Yep.
The corporation was already, the Federal Reserve and everything was already done for.
Yep.
In 2008.
Yep.
And on the back of Obama and all that energy from you niggas, you revived that shit. You put them back in the game.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was already done for.
Yep.
The only reason this system is still going and will continue to go up under a new name, still in the low vibrational realm.
Yep.
It's going to keep going on because y'all want it to keep going on.
Y'all want it to keep going on.
That's why they don't really care about the truth being out now. They know it's time for disclosure.
Yeah.
They know it's the time for revelation, and they know that they got so many of y'all so goddamn dumbfounded that y'all gonna continue to go with them, irregardless to what the truth is.
Yep.
Yeah.
That y'all gonna willingly die and sacrifice your blood and everything.
Yep.
So that they reincarnate or their bloodline continues to go on in the new realm.
Yep. Tell it, Brother Sean. Tell it.
But that's what y'all want to be a part of. Something that your mama is telling you that you're not supposed to do.
Yep.
Something that your own mama is willing to wipe you out of existence and put your ass back in another reincarnation because you're not listening to her.
You're not listening. Nope.
That's how serious this is.
Mm-hmm.
And y'all still want to play games.
Play. Yep.
You ain't cut out for this game. You never were. This game was your fault. Ever since we've been playing this game, we ain't been going nowhere but down.
Yep. I told y'all to get off the board. Have I not been telling y'all for years? You're not supposed to be on the board. But no, folks still want to be the motherfucking king and ain't even smart enough to try to be the queen. Still want to be the king when you're not supposed to be on the board anyway. But go ahead on and keep playing them games.
It's a life full of games if you think about it. We grow up learning games. Some people even get to make a career out of games. And you have people that watch these games their entire lives, put their energy into it. Not just their fiat energy or currency, but their emotional energy. I know I'm guilty of it. You know, you're talking about these billionaires and their teams. And motherfuckers always talking about we.
Right.
We. You ain't shot a ball, you ain't took a snap, you ain't received a paycheck, nothing. But always hollering we.
Right.
You giving your energy away.
Mm-hmm.
Being distracted. You know more about these people than you know about yourself.
Yep.
And you may not ever get to meet them. You may not ever be able to afford to go to a game. You may not ever be able to afford an authentic jersey. But you don't care.
Nope.
It's we.
And
it's our team.
And we showed y'all in the Black Nobility series how far back those games go and how even those nobles were arguing. So meaning the Catholic nobles and what's King James and them's religion? Protestant, thank you. How they were arguing on whether or not to play sports on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
That's how far back deep this shit goes. And if you go back to the Roman days, which, you know, that's King James and them line, per his words. Y'all know about the Roman Colosseum games. So y'all like repeating cycles. Like the brother said, because you love Rome. You love Rome. You love all of the trinkets. You love all of the artificialness. But you want to do it on a natural living organism. You want to hold the natural living organism hostage, rape and pillage, and want the natural, organic folks, souls around to keep this shit stable. And we deuces on y'all asses. So we have literally officially done our job. Literally and officially done our job. So those that's been fucking around, following Q Elemento P, them motherfucking monk asses, not using common sense and tapping in and putting yourself first, your family and nature. Hey, I ain't got shit for you. Go on and link up with Elon Musk and them. Let them tell you what the fuck the next step's gonna be. So, real quick, and we might have to continue that. Damn, y'all, time. No, it be moving. I wanted to show y'all something, and this is still coming off of... No, I found this shit on my own, y'all. When I was digging up other stuff. I'm like, well, looky here. Looky here. YouTube, I'm waiting for it to switch. Bronze bust of Lady Ampuri, Iberia, year 0 to 100 AD. Those that are on YouTube, what do you see? Is that not a motherfucking fro? Is that not a motherfucking fro? And depict a melanated woman of Iberia? Year 0 to 100 AD? So I want y'all to sink in. I want you to sink in real good who those Iberians, the indigenous Iberians, were. All right. So now I'm minding my business. And I was researching something else, y'all, and then came across, ooh, baby, all this other stuff. Came across this. YouTube, I'll let it come up for you. Y'all see how she look. This is a melanated woman, full lips, broad nose, heavy coils, curled, or what y'all, some want to say nappy hair. And then somebody underneath her. Some dude with a beard. All right, so her name, and y'all, I promise y'all, I was researching something else, and she popped up. I said, oh, let me see who this is. So her name is Carthage. Okay. So let me bring this up. Sorry, y'all, we doing a little extra tonight. So I'm glad with this new system too, we don't get cut off until it's time to go off. Till we decide it's time to go off. All right, YouTube, because YouTube, y'all see the melanated woman. This is her name. Carthage. I can't make this up. This is to Professor Griff and Nick Cannon. Y'all saw the melanated woman? Big lips, broad nose, naughty nappy hair. Carthage. Ancient Semitic city. That's the sister's name. I'm in the etymology dictionary. I said, oh no, I got to put this sister's name in the etymology dictionary, baby. I got to get some information. Information. Ancient Semitic city of North Africa. Rival or Republican Rome. From Latin, Carthago. From Phoenician, Court Kadash. New town. So that's what this sister's name on that particular coin, Carthage. Melanated woman. Oh, ancient Semitic city of North Africa. Oh, there we go again. All right. Okay, let us continue. So I said to myself, what? Because the name of that caption they gave was the Carthaginian crest. Okay, so that what I was showing you, that coin was the Carthaginian's crest. All right, so they had the melanated name woman on there with, I'm assuming, the melanated man up underneath. All right, so I dug just a little bit deeper. And I had to go to Wikipedia. Come on, thing, work with me here. I want to come up 4-5 times. Okay, bear with me, YouTube. It's coming up. Let me shut some of this other stuff down. Because now all of a sudden stuff on the drag. Y'all know how it go. All right, it just kicked over for me, so it should be kicking over for you in just a little bit. Come on, there we go. Carthage. This is about the historical city for the Phoenician Republic. See ancient Carthage. We're going, Carthage was the center of capital city of ancient Carthaginian civilization. So that was that crest that I showed you with the sister, melanated woman with the melanated man underneath, on the eastern side of Lake of Tunis, which is now Tunis governorate in Tunisia. Carthage was widely considered the most important trading hub of the ancient Mediterranean and was arguably one of the most affluent cities of the classical world. The city developed from a Phoenician colony into the capital of Punic Empire, which dominated large parts of the southwest Mediterranean during the first millennium BC. You all know who the Phoenicians are. You know they are the creators of the entire financial system. I told y'all the Phoenicians was melanated. The Phoenicians really still control the world's monetary system. That's the hidden hand. But we finna to continue. Right. That's all right. So it's saying this queen is regarded as the founder of the city. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. This is the part I want to get to. Wait. All right. Oh, wait. I don't want to. According to accounts by Timaeus, she purchased from a local tribe. Y'all see the hijack? Let me sip my motherfucking water. How many times have we heard that somebody allegedly and supposedly purchased indigenous people's motherfucking land from a local tribe in the amount of land that could be covered by an ox hide, cutting it into skin, into strips, whatever. She laid out her claim and founded an empire that would become, through the Punic Wars, the only existential threat to Rome until the coming of the Vandals several centuries later. All right, the ancient city was destroyed by the Roman Republic. We're not making this shit up. When we tell you all roads lead to Rome, we're not fucking making it up. We keep showing you receipt after receipt after receipt after receipt. The ancient city was destroyed by the Roman Republic in the Third Punic War in 146 BC and then redeveloped as Roman Carthage, which became the major city of the Roman Empire in the province of Africa. The city was sacked and destroyed by unmade forces after the Battle of Carthage in 1698 to prevent it from being reconquered by the Byzantine Empire. Who was part of that Byzantine Empire? I'm just gonna refresh my fucking memory. Cause Brother Sean, as he got me on this is coming off of, once again, Negro Question Part 4, The Missing Link by Lee Cummings. All right, so this is about King James, and he talks about being a Roman citizen. All right, the Stewart kings, 343 years of rulership in Scotland. The Stewarts not only ruled in Scotland, they ruled France, Spain, Ireland, England, Britain, Wales. King James was able to rule all these lands because of these people were of Iberian descent. They were the same people. Let me just quickly put back up the motherfucking picture. So I want to be crystal fucking clear. Okay, it's catching up. It's getting ready to catch up, YouTube. Y'all can't see it on the phone. I'm putting back up the bronze bust of Lady of Ampere, Iberia, year 0 to 100 with the motherfucking afro. All right? I'm just trying to show you that all these folks was melanated. Okay? So, rule all these lands because these people were of Iberian black descent. They were the same people. If you look at the ball in his hand, it represents the world rulership. And there was only one other group of world leaders who used this type of symbolism, and they were the Byzantine Roman emperors. Remember, they told the English that they were the Roman citizens. This is the proof. All right. So let's reread that sentence. Refresh folks' memory. I had to find the sentence again, y'all. Okay, there it is. Okay, it's back up. The ancient city was destroyed by the Roman Republic in the Punic War in 146 BC and redeveloped as Roman Carthage. So meaning the Romans came over and took the indigenous people shit, which became the major city of the Roman Empire in the province of Africa. The city was sacked and destroyed by Umayyad forces after the Battle of Carthage in 698 to prevent it from being reconquered by the Byzantine Empire. It remained occupied during the Muslim period and was used as a fort by the Muslims until the Hafsid period, when it was taken by the Crusaders, with its inhabitants massacred during the 8th Crusade. The Hafsids decided to destroy its defenses so it could not be used as the base by a hostile power again. All right, the regional power had shifted to Kairouan and the Medina of Tunis in the medieval period until the 20th century, when it began to develop into a coastal suburb of Tunis, incorporated. Y'all should, and I'm going through this. Number one, I want to point out that this was melanated. Number two, I want to point out the patterns of melanated folks banging on indigenous melanated people taking their shit, because this was about commerce for them, because they used the same pattern. Now supposedly the chick that allegedly talking about she cut a deal with some motherfucking tribes, with a tribe. Yeah, okay then. Now we got the Romans fighting each other over this shit. So the Phoenicians and the Romans. But at the end of the day, the motherfuckers still connected. So now we down to it being incorporated as Carthage Municipality in 1919. So that's what I wanted to share with you all. To once again, we keep telling you, it is the same exact script. It goes back very far. These are cycles. That's what the resets are about. These same beings or energies that are not connected to the organic part of the planet. They have their own set of systems and rules and certain vibration that goes against the natural organic vibration of the planet. So it is up to you to be in tune, to know which side you want to rock with. But anytime you support Rome, that's not the organic side. It's not. So if you want to keep deluding yourself, that Trump card gonna do it, that Q Elemental P them gonna do it, that Saint somebody whoever the fuck gonna do it, that Nasera Kazera gonna do it. You're just fooling yourself. It's way simpler than what you're making it. Either you're rocking with the natural organicness of the planet and in tune with Mother Earth's vibration, or you cool with the artificial stuff, and that's okay. Do not misunderstand me. That's okay. But realize this, you ain't finna be up in no paradise. You're not finna be up in no high vibrational. You're gonna be in the machine world. That's the next reset. It is the AI machine world. That's what you are resetting to. It's not a higher realm. It's either the same 3D or lower. Or let's say you move up to 4D with the demiurges, which still ain't shit. And that's okay if you want to experience that. Just be educated in your choice, because you are making a choice. All right, so with that said, we're going to go ahead on and do last words. Sis, you have any last words for the family?
Well, it certainly was a privilege to get a chance to come on. I hope everybody got something out of the little bit of time I had to say something. But, I mean, really, well, anyway, I live in California.
Right.
And they really locking it down. And it's doing really good for the environment. It really is. Mm-hmm. And it's great to get out on the street if you have to go someplace and there's nobody there.
Right.
Because California has a traffic jam that won't quit.
Oh, Cali was it was and it is a hot motherfucking mess. And Scotty Saturn said they're locking it down again, so I'm assuming that's why we thought you was late.
It goes down tomorrow.
Okay, that you was taking care of your business. So we understood.
Yeah, because they locking it down tomorrow.
Yeah.
They locked the bars. Everything has to be outside now, and I really believe that outside is not a good place to be. It's not a good place to be, but they're saying that people need to be outside to conduct their business. If you can't do it outside, you can't do it at all. So with the our UVs and all that kind of stuff, mm-hmm. I'm like, This is interesting, why they want you outside. But, you know, well, anyway, we're going to see what happens, what's going to play out on this planet, because it's playing out, and it's playing out quick.
It's playing out very, very quick. And, I know that you know is what I'm trying to say. You know what time it is, so make sure, in the words of Brother Wendell, you got your packs of drugs.
Child, I've been stacking up.
I know, baby. I just ordered me new packs of drugs. Shit.
Yeah.
I got
so many.
Around here, no raglass drugs.
Ain't enough for them much I got. So I got quite a few. So because, you know, we can't keep living off of them. I had to get my car fixed yesterday, or pick it up from the shop. And I was talking to my mechanic, and the stimulus, he said, it's a trick. I said, you know that too? He said, yeah, me and my wife talk about it. So when they offer you something, I want to tell this to the family, don't take it, because it's a trick. You got to give up something to get. I mean, that's just the way it is. You got to give up something to get. And you may be giving up your right to protest, because as Clinton say, they made us their property. And you don't give your property favors. Not one of them.
Right.
So, just a word to the wise for all our people. Don't look, you know, just don't take what they give you without thinking about it. What is attached to it?
Right. Your soul, but, you know, hey.
I mean, you gotta. I mean, what do they give you for diseases? They came with smallpox on the blankets to kill us. So don't run out there and vote. Don't run out there and take vaccines. Think about it. That's all I have to say.
Indeed. Thanks, sis. Thanks, sis. And, you know, and if you have not thought about it, or you just refuse to think about it, when that plasma tastes you in the motherfucking ass, just remember. Because day before yesterday, I forget, the heat had finally broke. And it wasn't day before yesterday. I think it was over the weekend. I can't remember y'all shit, because the heat breaks for one day, then the heat back on your ass again. But my point I'm trying to make is, it wasn't even hot. And I see flashing across the screen a motherfucking UV radiation warning. Stay indoors, body-die. You're like, what? I'm like, well, damn. It ain't even really hot. So mama, it's not bullshitting with you motherfuckers. That red oxide dust ain't playing with you. It stormed here, and actually I was on the phone with sis that day, and I didn't even bother saying nothing, because I'm sitting here, it had finished storming, and then the clouds was gone, and where I'm sitting at, I see the sun setting in the wrong fucking direction. But it was still light out, because it wasn't time for the sun to set. The sun it sets in the opposite direction. And so then that sun set at the regular time. I said, oh, okay, well, that was another sun, another planet. It was something. So anyhow, Brother Sean, you got any last words for the family?
The New Deal they're offering to put, quote unquote, blacks in more leadership positions. Q is teaching Moorish law. They're talking about sovereignty, this, that, and the other. All the things that the Moors have been talking about and unsuccessfully being able to implement all these years.
Right.
Now they're offering this as part of the New Deal, even though it's already on record, this, that, or the other, but it has nothing to do with you, especially if you're not going to take on a title. And as an American citizen, you can't take on titles of nobility.
Right.
So you have to make a choice. And both of those choices are wrong. There will be no more empires.
Right.
It's over.
It is.
The sooner you accept that, the better off you'll be.
Yep.
You say you don't want any part of the system, but you want to sit right in the system. All of our ancestors weren't always a part of the big cities,
Right.
willing to give up their right and their connection with Mama.
Mm-hmm.
The ancestors traveled. That's how they were able to tell stories of these distant lands and other peoples.
Right.
But they didn't travel to colonize.
That's right.
It's a journey of self. And self is your bloodline. That's what brought you up to this point. A nation ain't the reason that you're here. A whole nation didn't jump up and down on your grandma.
That's right.
So focus on you, your bloodline. Use all this information to see what stage you're at in the game.
Indeed.
So that you know how to make your exit. I mean, y'all say all the time that you want to make it to heaven, to the new earth, to this, that, or the other. That requires going someplace else. That requires letting go.
That's right.
If we're creators in every moment, is a new opportunity to create something new. Why do we keep holding on to something that will never be again? Mama is renewed with every moment. She's not trying to go back to what she was. She's on to creating greater, newer things. We can't keep trying to recreate the wheel, do what the ancestors did. None of it worked. It's all over with, just like this game. You're a creator, create something new. Wholeness and power, family. Love y'all.
Indeed, indeed. I want to thank my lovely co-hosts. Thank you, Sis Sandra. You stay safe. And Crazy Ass Callie. Thank you, Brother Sean. I want to thank Brother 832. Thank you, Sis Cheryl, for your information and for your declaration. If you want Sis Cheryl's declaration, it is attached in the YouTube detail of this video. And her purpose for putting out that declaration, it came from her soul, for real, for real. But you individually are supposed to use it as a tool if you so see fit to use it as a tool. She didn't put it out there to create no group or no movement for us all to get together and do XYZ. So she gave us a gift from her soul. So if it moved you, if it touched you, you take it and use it as you see fit. And if that means just sitting with your damn self and reading it, then that's what it means to you. If that means going in your backyard and reading it, that's up to you. Reading it by the sunrise, sunset, park, woods, body of water, that is your choice. Okay, so again, thank you, Sis Cheryl. Thank you, YouTube family. You know, all of the family that was in the house earlier today: Scotty, Saturn, Purple Peel, Deep H2O, Sis Divinity, Mr. Tyrese, Sister, She Who Walks Among the Mists, my Shata sister. She was in the house earlier. So I'll ping her and try to have her come back on next week to talk about the powwow that she's scheduling on 8/8. Sis Tressie, peace and love, JB. So if I missed anyone, it is not by any ill intent. I want to say peace and love to all of you YouTube family. Thank you so much. We're going to rock out with some music. We love you very much. We'll be back next week. I still want to finish. I ain't done, y'all, with that cartridge shit. Because Purple, you dropped in there, the Byzantine Empire led to this empire, blah, 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 blah. So we're going to still get into those cartridge wars next week as well. So love you very much, YouTube family. Peace and love.